are returning from our closed session this afternoon, at 4 o'clock p.m. The meeting was called to order. Just before we called the meeting to order, Dr. Girardi swore in Lori Lieberman, Craig Foster, and myself as the certification of election has been made. Thank you, Dr. Girardi, and also congratulations to my peers and to Oscar De La Torre, who was sworn in at City Council chambers this last Tuesday evening, representing. So that took place at 3:55 p.m., the oath, and we called the meeting to order at 4 p.m. We have nothing to report out of closed session at this time. However, the Board of Education will return to closed session following the open meeting this evening for item 2B that's listed on our agenda. We have all members of the board here this evening. We have a full house, and we also are so lucky to have the Grant Elementary School Student Council here. And if, yes. And Mr. Fiora has said that, Christian Fiora has said that this student council is willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. So welcome. Thank you to the students from Grant Elementary School. That now brings us to the approval of the agenda. Colleagues, if there's no objection, I propose that we move item 4A to the end of tonight's agenda right before board comments. That's commendations for board members. So that would come right before board comments if there's no objection. And if that's, yes, Maria. 4A is to a commendation for the board president and board vice president, and I'm asking if we could just make that at the end of the evening, right before board comments. And if there are no objections, then I'll entertain a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Moved by Lori, seconded by, for consent? Sure. So would, for me too, so when we get to consent, we can entertain those items to be pulled. So moved by Lori, seconded by Craig to adopt the agenda for the evening. All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Sarah, that's a unanimous decision on tonight's approval of the agenda, noting that we've moved item 4A to the end of our evening, right before board comments. That brings us to the approval of the minutes. We are looking at minutes for November 15th. Are there any corrections or changes that need to be made?
I wasn't there, so I'll recuse.
I was not there either, so I also will not be voting. So neither is Ms. Avshar or Mr. Metcher. So looking to Maria, Lori, Oscar, and John. Okay. Moved by John to approve, seconded by Oscar. Those four of you voting, all in favor? Great. And so that's a unanimous decision of the four persons who are voting, and you have 3 people who are abstaining on the approval of the minutes. This now brings us to, oh my goodness, the Golden Sneakers Award, and I've been told that Miss Gail Pinsker, that you will take us through this recognition commendation. Welcome, Gail.
Speak. Good evening, school board, executive cabinet, and Dr. Girardi, and our great audience here tonight. We have an exciting recognition, and I would like to invite up is Corey Keene here from the city? And Francie, did you want to come up? One of the many partnerships we have with the City of Santa Monica is the Safe Routes to School program. We are appreciative of the work by the city and our collaborative process to improve safety for our students and families in our community. This department is in process of many capital improvement projects around our schools that include speed limit signage, crosswalk markings, bike and pedestrian treatments and enhancements, traffic calming measures, and much more. In fact, Carrie Upton and I were at a meeting today to discuss upcoming projects and review recent projects. Investment in these measures is budgeted at nearly $3.5 million over the next several years. Throughout the school year for our Santa Monica schools, they conduct safety assemblies, bike skills courses, bike rodeos, hold safety nights for families, participate in coffee with the principal meetings, and encourage PTA and parent engagement with programs like the Walking School Bus and the Bike It, Walk It, Bus It program held in the fall and the spring. That leads us to this recognition for the friendly school competition this fall and the announcement of the school with the most participation this year. I'm inviting Corey and Francie and Colleen up from the City of Santa Monica Safe Routes to School program to share more and make this announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. And thank you, everybody, for taking the time to let us recognize these parent volunteers and all the kids that made it possible from the Student Council. So before we get into awarding them and congratulating them, I just want to go over the Safe Routes to School program a little bit. Some of you are probably familiar with it, others may not be. So I am the city's part-time Safe Routes to School coordinator. I work with various parent volunteers, the CREST program, different teachers, other partnering agencies, and we put on bike skills courses. A big part of what we're doing is trying to get more kids riding their bikes and walking and skateboards and scooters and getting more cars off the road and getting children to school in a healthy, happy manner. So I just have a few slides here. There's only 4 or 5. The photo on the right is Grant Elementary. That was from 2 or 3 encouragement activities ago. So the reason we need it here in Santa Monica, one of the big ones is just to keep kids healthy and arriving to school ready to learn. And then another thing is that our Loose and our Bike Action Plan and other initiatives like Vision Zero identify the need for Safe Routes to School improvements and encouragement programs. And it also kind of just makes the streets safer for all. The more kids we have out there utilizing this infrastructure with their parents, I mean, the more people are going to see it, and the more it's something that can be used by everybody. And so Bike It, Walk It, Bus It. It was actually started, I believe, in 2007 by a student at Samo High, and they called it Bike It Days. And so since then, it's kind of morphed into this thing that we call Bike It, Walk It, and then Big Blue Bus partnered with us and provides free rides during the week of our encouragement activities. So we call it Bike It, Walk It, Bus It. And then also attached, but not officially, is Skate It, Scoot It. So it happens twice a year. We do it in conjunction with National Walk and Bike to School Days. National Walk to School Days in October, Bike to School Days in May. So we hope that we'll inspire kids to want to do it all the time. But during those weeks is when we see the highest spike in participation. Usually we'll see about 50% of the student body. And that's at all of the elementary, middle, and Samo High. We help support Samo High a little bit, mostly just give them incentives, and their Solar Alliance manages that. And in the past seven Bike It, Walk It's that we've done, McKinley has had the highest participation. So this is kind of a big deal that Grant finally stepped up. Not stepped up, but, you know, they shined. And yeah, so here was the results from this time around. Grant got 79% of their student body biking, walking, skating, scooting, or taking the bus. I kind of remember some of the numbers off the top of my head. It was like 189 students walking, I believe. It was like 80 on bikes, over 100 on scooters, and then maybe 12 on skateboards, and a handful on the bus. So yeah, those are really, really impressive numbers, and it's amazing that they can get such a strong percentage of the school body out there, out of their cars. And then also we want to recognize McKinley for having 73%, which is the second up, and then Will Rogers, who had 69%. So I guess we could take this time right now to invite Zuzana and the student council and anybody else who would like to come accept the award and the check. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so
All right.
so I guess this is like a photo op. Should we go up there?
Okay.
Okay.
Smile, everyone.
Like it, walk it.
Just a sentence.
So yeah, it's a donation to the PTA. Aside from
Yeah.
that,
So we'll take we'll hang this in the office and brag about it.
yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna bring them after
Yes.
you. After
Yes,
you.
please.
All right.
We don't want to take too much of anybody's time, but I just want to say. Thank you. Grant School is honored to accept this year's Golden Sneaker Award. It's sort of like winning an Oscar. Very exciting. We're so proud of our students, parents, and staff for demonstrating the importance of leaving the car at home and finding alternative methods to getting to and from school, not just during the Bike It, Walk It, and Bus It competition period, but every school day. If you've stood out in front of Grant School, which I do most mornings, it's like a parade coming from both sides every day, and it's pretty impressive. Special thanks go out to Grant parent Susanna Landris for coordinating from the school side. And to Corey Keene from the City of Santa Monica, thank you so much for getting in touch and really inspiring this program for us. And I really want to thank our student council members and our other students that have shown up tonight. I know they should be home maybe doing a little homework or something, relaxing, but they came out because it's so exciting. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to hang this with pride.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, board president, vice president, Dr. Drotti, and our executive cabinet members. It's my honor and pleasure this evening to talk about a commendation in honor of National Inclusive Schools Week that relates to our instructional framework as well as the social justice framework. So National Inclusive Schools Week is a week held during the first week of December. Its inception was in 2001, and it celebrates the progress schools make in providing quality education to our diverse learners, no matter their abilities, their gender, socioeconomic status, cultural heritage, or language preference. So the social justice framework relates to National Inclusive Schools Week. In our social justice framework, we talk about demonstrating our self-awareness, confidence in family, pride, and social identities. So the National Inclusive Schools Week celebrates all learners. We learn within the framework to express comfort and joy with human diversity. We understand that unfairness can hurt and how to respond to that. And we demonstrate empowerment to act against prejudice and discrimination. It also relates to the instructional framework. With collaborative teaching, for example, we emphasize the guaranteed viable curriculum. The teachers who work together, the special education teachers and the general education teachers, work on high-performing team concepts, how they collaborate together to plan and deliver the instruction. It involves the students and staff and family together to advance our students within the instructional framework. And it's a culturally responsive practice, so it relates to all of the elements. So I would like to recognize tonight some teachers from SMASH. They engage the special education department with general education teachers in a student-centered scheduling process where they looked at individual student needs, clustered students together so the right types of support can go to the student. Then they met with general education teachers to plan how they would collaborate and support individual differences within the classrooms. And so here are some of our teachers who are collaboratively teaching. There are different models of collaborative teaching. This is called Team Teach, where the two teachers deliver the instruction to the whole group. Here's an example of another type of collaborative teaching where students are grouped into small groups working on projects, and the two teachers facilitate the learning of all students in the classroom. And so at this time, I would like to commend our co-teachers. I would like to invite our co-teachers up, please, as well as our principal and our coordinator, Victoria Hurst. Okay, Jessica, would you like to do the honors?
Hello,
Welcome.
board and audience. Thank you for having us today. We are really delighted that the district supported our ever-growing special education population by bringing Aura Gadanian to our staff, and she is the upper school 5th through 8th grade SAI teacher, and she is here today. Okay, well, we were told to say some benefits that we've seen for collaborative teaching. And there really are so many, but we won't take so much of your time, so will you just state one? One of the benefits that I've seen from the beginning has been a lot of increased options and flexible grouping for students. So whether or not students have IEPs, all the students kind of get a little bit more of individualized attention, and we just have the ability to group them in different ways so that they can really gain the skills that they need in the classroom. And then we have our Core 3 general education teachers, and in SMASH Lingo, Core 3 means 5th and 6th grade team teachers. And so we have Jamie Wold-Florian and Erin Handel here.
Hello, everyone. One of the benefits that I see of collaborative teaching with general education and special education teachers is the direct transference of skills that they're learning. So rather than getting their SAI minutes in isolation where they might be practicing separate skills, we see the direct transferability and the direct practice into the general education curriculum. As their literacy teacher for 5th and 6th grade, I get to see Aura come in and help me with small groups. She might look at my overall plan for writing and be able to see the parts that might need extra support and to provide that for all of our students.
I'm Erin. Hi, thanks for having us. Yeah, it's been amazing having Aura in the class. it's made me see all the things I'm not doing. And so, I mean, I tend to talk fast and think, everyone knows how to take notes. We're just going to start, here we go. And Aura naturally steps in, or we can use a graphic organizer. And I'm like, yes, that as well. And in math, you know, I have the strategies I know, and luckily I have my students who also know many, and Aura will jump in with more. So it's so much better having two brains instead of one. I mean, and we have all the student brains as well who know as much as us generally. But it's a gift for all students, the students who receive services from Aura and all the students in the room who are getting her insight as well.
So hopefully you're hearing how this supports one learner at a time, whether the learner are those of us who are the adults in the room, or whether it's students who have all kinds of strengths and needs, and how we're modeling as an adult team what it means to think aloud, own a mistake, revise our approach to something, and we feel strongly all the kids in the room are benefiting.
Dr. Drotti would like to say a word or two.
Well, you know what, for the SMASH teachers and principal, you know what, I do commend you guys for really being pioneers in this work. What you guys are doing is a major piece of the puzzle in helping us close the gap in achievement, particularly for our students that are in special education. Not too many. It is hard to get teachers to co-teach. But we also know that it's one of the best things that you can do to support all of our students, not just the special education students, but all of our students. But it does take a certain mindset and a certain attitude and willingness to do that. So I'm glad to hear just your experiences and commend you for being the pioneers in this work. So we're going to be looking to you guys to help us lead and help us also convince others that there is a different way and it can be successful. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. On behalf of the entire Board of Education, thank you very much. Dr. Drotti, that now brings us to
everyone.
our... Thank you, Pam. Study session is next. Our SMMUSD counselors, a data-driven comprehensive school counseling presentation. Dr. Drotti.
Yeah, so before I bring up Mr. Tara Brown to introduce the counselors and present this work, I want to kind of give you guys context of where we've been with the counseling department and why this presentation. If you've paid close attention in the last two years in the LCAP, we have identified counseling services as an area that we think we can really continue to grow on and also develop, because we recognize that counseling is one of the most important things that we can provide in helping address the achievement gap. If you also recall that in the LCAP, we talked about adoption of the national standards for counseling. And essentially the counselors they've been awesome. They dove right into it when we introduced it to them. They've been working for the last year and a half, really looking to implement some of those standards and also develop a program and a process to implement those standards. I'm gonna kind of reflect back on one of the things I've always talked about, which is guaranteeing learning experiences. One of the most important things we can do is guarantee learning experiences from preschool all the way up in the classroom and also in counseling services. Essentially what we're saying is, we're not saying all counselors should do the same thing or behave exactly the same way. They all are different people. They have their own style, just as teachers have their own style. But we can certainly guarantee certain experiences along the way to make sure that we are supporting the student best. So this presentation is about that work, the heavy work they've done, and it's going to be it's going to be some exciting times. So I'm really glad to see you this presentation, and I can't wait to root you guys on as you continue to work. So with that said, Mrs. Brown, would you please give us the honor of presenting this?
Okay, good evening. It is my honor and privilege to have the pleasure of working with our SMMUSD counselor and advisor team, 6th through 12th grade. So I'd like the team to stand so that you can see how many we have here. It's a large team of counselors. Thank you. So in the fall of 2017, our counseling team embarked on professional development sessions with Hatching Results and with Naviance in order to work towards our SMMUSD LCAP goal, number 1, which is all graduates being ready for college and career. Hatching Results Professional Development focused on training our counselors and advisors on utilizing data to drive decision-making and to evaluate the impact of our district's counseling programs and services to improve the outcomes for all of our K through 12 students. Naviance helps students from grades 6 through 12 achieve our SMMUSD district LCAP goal of college and career readiness by helping them identify their strengths and interests, set career goals, set applicable courses, access information for evaluating, applying to, and choosing a college. Some obstacles to college and career readiness include access to resources needed to prepare for post-secondary opportunities. The district has adopted the use of Naviance as one approach to addressing some of these obstacles by helping provide information on college search and selection process, help students complete FAFSA, and connect students with guidance they need to make decisions about potential colleges and careers. All of our SMMUSD counselors and advisors work together to provide this information regarding their work towards data-driven counseling tonight. This is counseling that utilizes the development of action plans and classroom lessons at both the middle and high school levels in order to address the 3 domains of development essential to college and career readiness that are specified by the American School Counseling Association. Academic is one area, career is the second area, and social emotional is the third area. Speaking tonight on behalf of our counseling team are Amy Stoffer, our 8th grade counselor at Lincoln Middle School, Liz Calgill, our 6th grade counselor at John Adams Middle School, Katie Dom, our high school counselor at Malibu High School, Jessica Garrido, our iHouse advisor for 10th and 12th grade at Santa Monica High School, Stephanie Miller, our counselor for Olympic High School, Julie Honda, our Santa Monica High School College and Career Counselor, and Rosa Mejia, our Santa Monica High School College and Career Counselor. So I'd like to invite them to come up one at a time. And we'll be starting with Amy Stoffer. Come on up.
All together? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey. Good evening, members of the school board, our executive cabinet. Dr. Dradi, thank you so much for our introduction. First and foremost, I have the honor and privilege of starting us this evening, and we just wanted to thank you, and we are very grateful for all the time that you've given us. We have really utilized the professional development and the in-service time to really reflect upon what we currently do as counselors and advisors. And we wanted to especially thank our school site administrators for allowing us to leave our campuses, because we know it's hard when we're gone and they always miss us when we leave, because they remind us when we get back that, you know, it was very important at the time. We also want to especially thank Tara Brown. She is our cheerleader, but she is also our guidance leader and our advocate. So thank you, Tara. Through these sessions, we've been able to collaborate together and really look at everything that we're doing. We've created, reshaped, and reformed our current counseling programs this year. We were challenged by our Hatching Results facilitator, Vanessa Gomez. She really pushed us professionally and made us look at what we do each day. The purpose of today is to highlight the many counseling facets that we currently provide our students and families, and also show you the areas of growth we're willing to go through in order to make sure that we can achieve everything we can to best support our students and families. There's a clicker. There's no clicker. On the left. Oh, here. Okay, right there. All right. So, Vanessa really pushed us in terms of how we really look at everything. So we took
10 steps back. We started with looking at how we can agree upon in terms of our vision, our belief statement, and our mission. We know that you guys have already previewed our mission, but we wanted to just share that we understand that our program and approach that we take to students and our school community, we take it very seriously. We want to make sure that students are supported every day that they attend school. Currently, there are 8 middle school counselors, 3 high school counselors, 10 advisors, and 4 college counselors that serve the 6,169 students in our district at the middle school and high school levels. As a collective, we wanted to ensure that all students have equity and access as they develop, learn, and grow. In order for you to see our mission in its active form, we will define our program into the 3 broad domains that Tara already had mentioned, and show you the program goals, core curriculum that we've created for the middle school and high school levels. We will also discuss the various interventions that we offer our middle school and high school students and all of the families in our district. And Katie's going to start with discussing what the 3 domains look like.
The right arrow. Okay. Okay, so hello. As Tara mentioned, we follow 3 domains. So the American School Counseling Association, like I said, as Tara mentioned, is also referred to as ASCA. So just like teachers, we as counselors follow standards in our daily work to ensure top learning. The domains are academic, career, and social emotional. 3 of our counselors last summer attended the ASCA conference, and we continue to focus on delivering these 3 crucial elements of school counseling to every single one of our students. So there's been a big push on data. Program goals driven by data. Some of these are tracked by counselors so that every student is given the tools and opportunities to achieve their highest ability. Graduation rates, obviously that's a big one. A through G, UC, and 4-year college readiness. Promotion rates, test scores, and attendance are just some of the data used to ensure that all of our students are succeeding in our schools. Let's put this up.
Hey, Sarah, ready to run the video? Okay, so hang on, let me intro. Hi, how's it going? I'm Liz Cowgill. I'm from John Adams Middle School. I'm the 6th grade counselor this year. I also did 14 years at Malibu High School. Then before that, I was 4 years at John Adams. And before that, I was 1 year at Malibu High School. I've been a ping pong ball. All right, so you're about to watch a video from Hatching Results, which is the professional development that all the counselors have been receiving this year, like Mrs. Brown was talking about. We've really liked it. Thank you. Really? No, really. No one's looking at me. Richard's looking at me. Thank you. It's really good. This video explains the multi-tiered, multi-domain system of supports, otherwise known as MT, MD, SS. This video explains kind of what we are designing our school counseling program to look like. Cue. Hopefully it'll. I don't know, Sarah's going to do it.
Hi, this is Trish Hatch, and today we're going to talk about the multi-tiered, multi-domain system.
Huh? There's a video.
Oh, I'm like, it's working. Hold on. I can fix that.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, good. System of supports, or MTMDSS. As educators, we're familiar with the multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, which focuses on students' academic and behavioral needs. But for school counselors who focus on 3 domains, academic, college and career, and social emotional development, we need a more robust system. We need a multi-tiered, multi-domain system of supports, or MTMDSS. In MTMDSS, school counselors ensure that all students receive the instruction and support they need to grow academically, develop socially and behaviorally, and to prepare for post-secondary options. In this system, activities, instruction, and intervention services are grouped into tiers, ranging from Tier 1 services, a core program of universal supports that apply to everyone, to Tier 2 services, or targeted interventions, which would typically only apply to approximately 20% of students. And finally, to Tier 3 services, intentional interventions, which would typically apply to between 5 and 10% of students. MTMDSS provides a data-driven approach to determining which of these levels of interventions or tiers are appropriate for any individual student. Under MTMDSS, Tier 1 encompasses agreed-upon services that all students receive, such as standards and competency-based school counselor core curriculum lessons, individual student planning, which includes 4- and 6-year academic and post-secondary plans, and district and school-wide agreed-upon activities and events. Tier 1 is designed to be comprehensive, preventative, developmental, and proactive. Tier 2 is designed for students who are exhibiting barriers to learning, struggling academically, or are deserving of additional supports. It uses data-based decision-making to select at-risk indicators such as attendance, behavior, credit deficiency, and post-secondary readiness data. Targeted intervention data elements, grade levels, and timeframes are queried to determine which students qualify for interventions. Depending on the student, Tier 2 interventions may include short-term individual or small group counseling, progress monitoring, consultation, collaboration, and/or referrals to resources within or outside the school building. Tier 3 services are designed for students experiencing emergency or crisis response events, or to support students with needs that remain unresolved within Tier 2. School counselors provide short-term, solution-focused counseling, consultation, and when appropriate, referral to additional resources. Over time, MTMDSS allows school counselors to spend more time implementing proactive Tier 1 action plans and less time engaged in reactive Tier 2 and Tier 3 activities. The ultimate goal is to ensure all students achieve their greatest potential and graduate ready for post-secondary success.
It's not like I did that. Yes, I did wear my t-shirt. So we'll talk more about the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports in just a little bit. But now, let's talk about me and my t-shirt. Here's my t-shirt. So I bought this t-shirt, and I'll come in front of the podium in a second to show you. But you've been hearing a lot about school counselors, and when we were in school, it was guidance counselor. And that's just a really antiquated term. And so the next slide kind of talks about those differences between guidance counselor and school counselor, because it is quite a change. And like I said, guidance counselor is a really antiquated term. We are school counselors, and through this professional development that the district is providing us, we've really been able to target all of our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 activities for students being around school counselors. So, okay.
So I believe you guys have this handout. It's the middle school action plan. Like a giant. It's a giant, yeah. I think you have that huge slide in front of you. Okay. All right. So for the middle school action plan, or you guys need to pass? Mr. Keen's passing it out to everybody. Okay. Okay. Am I good? Okay. So this is part of the professional development plan that we came up with. Vanessa Gomez asked us to kind of sit and think about the domains that we want to cover and the areas within each school site, compare and contrast, like what are you doing at John Adams? What are you doing at Malibu? What are you doing at Smash? What are you doing at Lincoln? how can we make it so that wherever a child goes throughout the district, they're seeing some of the same interventions and approaches to make sure that we're fostering learning equitably across the school district. So you'll see the lessons that we have on there. You'll see how we put references in terms of the standards, the national standards that we try to reach in terms of the lessons and activities that we have planned out. We understand that it's not going to be perfect this first year of implementation, and that we've also learned that it typically takes about 3 years in order for a curriculum and plan to be as successful as we would want it to be in its intent. And so we're really excited about what we came up with. And it was really good for us to reflect just across school sites who's doing what and why we emphasize what we do at each site. And we also found a lot of similarities as well in terms of what we're seeing across the board at the middle school level. A lot of it focusing on the social emotional needs and coping skills for middle school students. So that's what the school action plan is in front of you. Okay, and then Liz is going to talk a little bit about the core curriculum that we're using for the middle schools.
Thanks, Amy. All right. So this slide is about the common curriculum all middle schoolers will see at each site, and it's broken down among the 3 domains plus the 3 grade levels. For middle schoolers, we've recently been trained in the Naviance curriculum as part of our implementation plans. Our goal is that all middle schoolers and SMM-USD will be exposed to college and career activities and tasks to heighten awareness. We want the same experience for all of our students in all of our schools. Okay, yeah, let's just stay together.
Okay. So the tier 1, which you saw in the video, are our interventions and activities that are applicable to all students. So you'll see on this slide, throughout the 3 domains, we cover a variety of interventions that are accessible to all. Just to highlight a few, they're in presentation form. So we go to classes and present. We also do assemblies to grade levels and then school-wide. An example of an academic intervention that we provide are for our 8th grade students. This year I did a promotion retention policy assembly to all 8th grade students at the beginning of the year. So they knew that this was an important year for them. They understood our school district policy in terms of retention and promotion, and they know the requirements in order to achieve, but then also looking forward. It wasn't just that serious conversation about what a policy is, but we talked about looking ahead and making goals for 8th grade and how that's going to lead into the transition into high school. So all students receive that information at the same time. In terms of college and career readiness, the Naviance curriculum, we have been implementing phase 1, and so far so good. The students have responded well to us going into classrooms and showing them what Naviance is, and they have been going through assessments and activities with us. And learning about college and career readiness. And some of the feedback, just so that you guys know, because I know you guys like student feedback, they were excited about what they were learning. They wish they could spend more time on it. Some of them said, we don't really talk about this at home. And so we were grateful to just kind of take an interest inventory and see what kind of careers came out because of the results. And then another example of our Tier 1 activities for social emotional support. As I said earlier, for middle school, a lot of it has to do with coping skills and how they relate to each other. So we provide presentations on coping skills, what to do when you're not feeling well, how to ask for help, how to advocate, where to go, and what our resources are at each school site. You want to talk about Tier 2?
Yes, I'd love to talk about Tier 2. So Tier 2 is a little bit more targeted intervention for kids that need a little bit more help. The Tier 2 activities to highlight is all of us, 6th grade through 12th grade, meet with every child that has below a C in their classes for all the progress reports. We also, most of us have counseling groups for social and emotional, the social and emotional domain on various things. Social and emotional academic needs. And so we offer that, and we see which child or which parent of the child would like to sign them up for those groups. They are optional. I would love for every child to participate in these counseling groups, but not every child is targeted for a Tier 2 activity.
And that leads us to our final tier. If you look, this is more of an individualized plan for students. Some students, because they hear this broad information about retention policies, and sometimes they go through group interventions about academic success, sometimes that's not enough for them. And we don't want to give up on them, certainly, and nor should they give up on themselves. So we provide individual support for them. That's in the form of going through student success teams, individual counseling. As you know, St. John's is one of our partners in terms of providing social and emotional support. Sometimes they need that individualized attention in order to feel good about how they're accessing curriculum on our school site. We also provide individual meetings for students who are retention candidates. We have them sign a contract, a family contract, so that they can set goals for that second semester, and they meet with us individually, each counselor, to make sure that they're trying to meet their academic goals, and then we try to support the social, emotional, and executive functioning, because a lot of it in middle schools, they don't know where things are. So we try to help them with that and where to go and how to ask for help. So that leads us to some numbers. We wanted to talk quickly about the promotion rate for middle school. We have, for over 3 years, been meeting the LCAP goal of keeping the continued dropout rate less than 1% at the middle school level. You'll notice that for our promotion numbers, we are 99% and above in terms of promoting students on to the high school. We do a lot of transition meetings and discussions with the students, but we also collaborate with our Samo High and Malibu High advisors and counselors. We let them know, even if a student is a retention candidate and they were able to have a successful second semester, we let them know who those students are so that they are aware of that they might need additional support at the very beginning at high school. Let's see what else. Anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. All right, and then Jessica, you're coming up? Okay.
What is the process? Are we going to wait till the whole thing to ask, or should we do it now?
We have
with the
Q&A
middle?
at the end.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
is
right.
that okay? Okay.
All right.
Hi, my name is Jessica Grude. I'm one of the advisors at Samo High. Thank you so much for having us. We're very excited. This has really focused our work at the high school. It's also really built a relationship amongst all the counselors, especially between Malibu and Olympic and Samo. Our goal is really for, like Amy was saying, for students to get the same experience and the same interventions no matter where they go. So again, this is just a sample of the action plan for high school. That's the Samo action plan that you have in front of you, or that's on the actual sheet. And we are rolling it out. We went in full swinging this year at Samo High, and we've done a lot so far. We're really proud of ourselves, and I know Malibu has also. This is just an at a glance for you guys just to see what we're doing at each grade level. Obviously at the high school level, we are targeting more the career and college readiness, whereas at the middle school, they have a lot more social and emotional. But we are very high on the academic and the career, and we're working very closely with Shuli and Claire Foundation to help us with the social emotional, especially drug prevention at the high school. So just some tier 1 activities. We all do a lot of stuff, and sitting down with Malibu, we were trying to highlight something on both of our campuses that we're really proud of, and we both felt like our individual planning meetings, our academic planning meetings, are something that we really pride ourselves on. So we meet individually with the students and their parents to plan their schedule, the 4-year plan, and we work with them. Obviously at Samo High, we have a small caseload, at Malibu too. And so we really get to know our families, what students are like, what their parents' expectations are them, and that really comes into play as we move through the years with them. If a student comes to us and says, I'm gonna drop AP history, we're like, let's get your parent on the phone. We know they're not gonna do that. And so we're really able to get to know them, and that's helped a lot. We also, one of our biggest goals was for students to be very fluent in high school graduation and A3G requirements. It's something that we start presenting to the 8th graders when we go in for 8th grade presentations. It's also something that no matter how many times we tell our students, they seem to forget little things. So we really are going strong and highlighting that in a lot of our presentations at both Malibu and at SAMO. For Tier 2, SAMO, one of the things we're really proud of is our dual enrollment program with SMC. We are growing that, and a lot of our students are having access to SMC classes on our campus, as well as many of our students are taking classes at SMC off campus during the school year also. But we're really proud of that. And on both campuses, our relationship with Young Collegians has been a great resource for our students. And they come back and they're so excited that they took a college class and they had that access and they were successful, and it's helped them with their college applications and boosting their GPA, so it's been great. At Malibu, Katie, if you have any questions, she'll come up later, but they have been doing mental health awareness classroom presentations where they go in and they talk about anxiety, coping skills. As you guys know, as students progress with high school and junior year, anxiety and stress is at an all-time high. We see it a lot. And so really helping them with the coping skills and how to manage, and helping the families with what balance means in regards to what your student can do and how they are still going to get into college, whether they take 5 APs or not. And so it's really important that we know the families and are able to help them balance that. And so at Malibu, they're doing the mental health awareness, which really helps drive that in, and we're incorporating that at SAMO as well. For Tier 3, something that at SAMO we did for the first time this summer is our college counselors did a college admissions retreat where they invited 35 rising seniors with a GPA of about 2.4 to 3.5 on campus for a summer workshop. And they visited 3 schools. They did, they overviewed all the college admissions, higher education. They talked about majors. They created an action plan for the summer. They went on tours of UC Irvine, CSU Channel Islands, and Cal Lutheran University. They talked about financial aid. They got the kids on Naviance. And so it was a really targeted group of kids. It was very successful. Our college counselors are following up with them throughout the year. So that was something new that we did, and the feedback was great. And then at Malibu, the counselors nominate students for an Optimist Club, basically students who are going above and beyond on their campus. They get scholarships, there's appreciation awards, so it's really targeting that small percentage of students that either really needed the targeted intervention or are going above and beyond, and really recognizing them for what they're doing. So these are our graduation rates. We have them separated by school, by year. And so just to make note of the jump, obviously you see, or not the jump, the decline between 14-15 and 15-16. Illuminate, just so you guys know, and it's something that we've been constantly working on the year of the 14-15, some of our classes weren't being read correctly in regards to what was UC approved and not. So we've been working, at the time it was with Evan and Derek, and so we've been really working on fine-tuning that. And so our numbers are becoming more and more accurate in regards to the reflection of what that looks like on each site. And just with our training with hatching results and the data that we're learning to do, it's really helped us kind of focus in on what's our problem, what interventions can we do, and what we've done differently. So between last year and this year, just to help us kind of meet the goals of the college readiness and high school graduation numbers, we've really been proud of the fact that every single one of our students has been able to get, on both sites, Malibu and at SAMO, get into summer school for credit recovery and for, so if they failed a class and if they need to retake a class for college eligibility, we've been able to get every single student into summer school for the past 2 years. Our individual planning meetings, we are doing, with our 9th graders this year, we've piloted a new DNF intervention program that we're having family meetings and really targeting our students with multiple Ds and Fs at every 6 12-week grading period. What? Oh, okay. I was like, do you have a question, Maria? Okay. 8th grade presentations, we're working with the PTSA and doing a lot of parent presentations. We had a college fest this year, our college counselors put on. It was a Saturday event, and it was in the fall versus our college event that's in the spring at SAMO, and it was 9th through 12th grade, so it had everyone come in. We had targeted workshops for 9th graders, which usually, you know, the 9th graders don't really know what they're going to do, and so at that we talked about A through G eligibility, and the parents had a chance to ask a lot of questions. And then every year we're doing grad checks and A through G requirement letters. So students who are in danger of not graduating or are in danger of not being UC eligible, we are sending the transcript and a letter home to the families. And the junior counselors are going to start setting up meetings going into senior year instead of waiting until senior year to start having those meetings. So that's something new that we're doing this year as well. I'm going to introduce Stephanie now from Olympic.
All right, thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you. Olympic is a unique school in that we are a small school and offer an individualized program to our students while preparing them to return to their home school or graduation from Olympic High School. I'm just going to highlight some of the tiers. This, of course, is our action plan. So Tier 1, highlighting the tiers from Tier 1. Couple of things from Tier 1, excuse me. Advisory class. We implemented an advisory class this year, and it is a class period where students are able to participate. It emphasizes school community self-awareness of important topics such as school achievement, good citizenship, and college and career goals. Group instruction in Naviance programs and assessments. So I'm doing that with all of our students, grades 10 through 12. All students participate in parent conferences, reviewing graduation needs and goals and support needs. And then, of course, all school presentations on topics such as alcohol and drug prevention, stress reduction, time management, career panels from local community members, and the Santa Monica College Next Steps. So we have lots of different presentations from all different people in the community that will come in and present to our students on really important topics and very interesting. The career panels have always been a hit, and this year we're going to be working with the city of Santa Monica and doing more specialized career panels. So on over like a month's duration, we're going to do one a week and specifically target like arts, business, the trades, things like that. So we'll have a few people every week to come and talk to our students. Moving on. Okay, so Tier 2. School Counselor Directed Student Success Team, also known as SST, where we identify students that might need some intervention, and we come together and we talk to parents, we talk to teachers, or I talk to all of them, and we figure out what we can do in the classroom to help students, or if we need some outside agency assistance to help them, such as counseling or possibly even assessment for special education. Community scholarship, individual guidance assistance. Olympic has been very fortunate with community agencies in giving us some scholarships for our students. So I work with our students individually, our seniors, and helping them with the application process, the essay, etc. Senior students, one-on-one individual meetings with SMC representatives. This year we've been really lucky in partnering with Santa Monica College and one of their outreach counselors that actually goes to Santa Monica High School. So I stole them for a day a month. But she's awesome, and she's been working very closely with our students, one-on-one, helping them with the process of application, helping them decide what they want to do. She's even been really great in the students that are in 11th grade and they want to do a concurrent class over at SMC, helping them enroll in, register, enroll in that, getting parent information to the parents. So she's been great. So we've been very fortunate for that. And then, of course, consultation with district and outside agency mental health providers. Olympic is also very fortunate to partner with a few different agencies in the city, such as St. John's and Claire Foundation, and then there's some other agencies that are currently seeing students that will come on our campus as well. And then I just want to say thank you to Shuli, and I'm totally blanking on her last name, so I apologize, Lohan, right? And she has been able to secure a counselor intern for us this year. And then there's another agency, the SUI, which is social emotional of course, I can't remember something initiative. But we have 2 counseling interns on our campus as well this year that's really helping with our students and with their social emotional supports. Tier 3, moving on, is coordinate on-track students returning to their home school of Santa Monica High School or Malibu High School. Students may return to their home school if they are on track, and it's the same process. As long as they're on track, I will contact their previous advisors and we review what they've done at Olympic and make sure that they are ready to go back to Santa Monica or Malibu High School. SMC field trips. Again, so I will take a group of students up to SMC and show them the campus, show them where things are. This year, you know, I will plan to do that. I will plan to go to all of the campuses because they're pretty exciting. We've been lucky as counselors to go for School Counselor Day and see more that Santa Monica has to offer to students. And then, of course, identification of students in crisis and risk assessments. Because our school is a very small, unique school, we usually have a lot of students that are in crisis on a pretty regular basis. And so there's a lot of that assessment, identification, and sometimes just dealing with whatever crisis comes up at the moment. What else can I say? There's lots to say. One of the things that I do want to bring up that I don't even know if I put on any of these slides, but because Jessica brought up all the good things that Santa Monica High School is doing, Olympic has changed their process. So we used to be an open-ended, open exit school where students could come into a classroom at any time and exit at any time and graduate at any time. So over the years, we have been really kind of tightening that process up. Last year, we started with trimesters and decided to really tighten that process with a 12-week trimester. And what we have found is that students are passing classes, that the number of students in classes has really that have passed classes has really gone up from previous years. And we're hoping that our graduation rate this year is pretty good. Every year it's a little bit of a challenge, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But the trimesters, we're really seeing progress, and so we're hoping to continue with that. All right, graduation rate. So this slide shows Olympic graduation rates for the last 3 years. Our numbers include all students that earned a high school diploma from Olympic High School, as well as a high school diploma from the school district's adult school and a GED certificate. The thing with Olympic is that just because they're not on track for a traditional high school diploma, we don't tell them now you have to unenroll with us and go directly to the adult school. We will keep them with us for the full school year, and we will give them the classes that they need so that they can earn the required classes for that adult school diploma. So that's why I'm going to include those diplomas with our graduation rate. And that includes the GED as well. So some students they're just not on track. They're so far behind, but they want something. We want them to have something. So we'll offer them, it's called the GED plus 10, where they do these 10 high school classes, plus they take the GED. And the adult school can award them a diploma. The adult school this year has implemented one more step for them for the adult school diploma. It's called a student success seminar. So in addition to all the classes required for that adult school diploma, the students also connect with the adult school and will take one evening class. And once they are done with all the requirements, then the adult school will award them a diploma. So they're not lost. They still have an opportunity. So it's a traditional diploma, an adult school diploma, a GED plus 10, or a GED. And those are the paths that they can take coming to us. So this represents over the last 3 years. And total number of seniors is what I wrote down. And it excludes seniors that return to their home school at the semesters and those that left Olympic High School during the school year for reasons such as moving out of the city or some other different reasons why they may not be attending any longer. Anyway, so if we look at 2015, 2016, number of seniors at the end of the school year was 68. We had a 64% graduation rate. The end of the year before, 2016, 2017, we had 39 students and an 84% rate. And then last year, 35 students and a 73% rate. So like I said, with this new trimester, we're really hoping to increase these graduation rates. And thank you. I'm not sure who comes next, but come on up.
Good evening, everybody. Oops, skipped one. All right, so I'm going to be talking about Naviance a little bit here. As you've noticed, there's been a common theme throughout the past year and a half, and that's that we've been embarking on the conscious planning because we know that it allows us for a thorough direction. And similar to a strategic planning process, we approach the expansion of Naviance as a multi-year process. So to give you some background info, it's not here specifically, but during the 2016-17 school year and prior to that, Naviance was primarily used as an interactive college and career research tool for 11th and 12th graders, beginning with the class of 2013. It, on the administrative end for us, it improved significantly the efficiency in processing and submitting official documents such as transcripts, letters of recommendation, because prior to that, we used to send everything snail mail. So that was very time-consuming. It's also allowed us back then to schedule over 150 college representative visits and college awareness events. Prior to the rep visits in Naviance, it used to be Stephanie, not Stephanie Miller Savage, our assistant, or Lynn, who would have to manually schedule all of those representative visits. And for us as well, it allows us the organization and administration of our scholarship program, which every year we're able to award over $100,000. So all the applications, the awarding, all of it is housed within Naviance. And then throughout 17-18, that's when we received the all-day in-person trainings, which we had never had with Naviance, with Claudia, who has always made herself available. And with her support, we were able to develop our scope and sequence for each of our schools that we then integrated into the action plan that you have in front of you. And now this school year, it's beginning the implementation of that action plan slowly and steadily with, of course, thoughtful reflection. You've heard the feedback that some of the counselors have received already from their students, so we're really excited about it. And then, of course, for example, this in ninth grade, the ninth graders, will be taking the learning style inventory. That helps them understand themselves a little bit more, and with the hope and the goal of becoming more aware and leading to self-advocacy and improving communication skills beyond their never-to-be-lost phone. And then, of course, next year, we want to self-assess, continue the reflection, looking into the results, the data gathered, to focus our decision-making. The action plan is always available for fine-tuning because, as Jessica mentioned, we're not going to get it perfect that first time around. And as we move forward, we'll continue to proactively seek the professional development opportunities that we have already embarked on. And I'm really excited to share that one of them that we actually were able to participate in last week is the Carpe College Access Network, which is an initiative developed by the High Tech High. I don't know if you've heard of the school before in San Diego. Their graduate school of education received funding from the Gates Foundation, and we were invited to be part of the network. So we're really, really excited to be collaborating with school counselors from all over California to strengthen our efforts and our energies in achieving the college and career readiness district-wide. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the LCAP goals. So as you can see, here are some of the things that we all do collaboratively with Samo High, Olympic, everybody, Malibu. So as you can see, the college and advising team work with all the students with graduation requirements, academics, career goals. As a counseling team, though, we all know that some kids aren't four-year ready, or they don't want to go to the four-year. So we advise them to go four-year, two-year vocational, non-traditional pathways. which I think for us is a good practice because, like I said, we know everybody's not a four-year path kid. Because of our great partnership with SMC, as Jessica said before, we have a great dual enrollment program as well as concurrent enrollment program with SMC. Right now, we have 6 classes, and they're going strong. We plan to go ahead and keep on building that as we need. So we have a group of SMC team members and ourselves working together collaboratively to figure out what is the need at Samo High, at Malibu, possibly maybe even bringing in Olympic, to the plate. We have 6 pathways, as I said. 2 of those pathways are currently, what are they called? Pathway programs, which means at the end of the pathway, or if they take so many classes, they get a certificate, and that certificate helps them go into a job placement, helps them with job placement. So we are looking into adding a couple more of those next year. We are adding 2 more classes, hopefully, cross your fingers, if the Samo High teachers get their paperwork in together. So 2 more classes this spring, and then hopefully 2 more classes in the fall next year, including the 3 that are would-be pathways would be the CS pathway, the ECE pathway, and hopefully we get the cloud computing pathway on a campus. So we are very fortunate, as Stephanie said, to have an SMC counselor on our campus. She is right next door to us. She works 3 days a week, varied times, but it's super helpful because then the SMC kids, or even any kids, because she was in transfer before, they can go to her and ask, hey, I want to transfer to UCLA. What classes do I need? She is super, super knowledgeable. Yes, we share with Olympic, and it's been absolutely helpful to her. We also have an outreach counselor. Pico Promise comes to the campus. So all these resources are available on campus as needed. So they just have to, the students just have to sign up, and we look forward to more collaboration with not only SMC, but our CBOs around Santa Monica. All of these resources can help us so much and have helped us so much. Thank you so much. Amy.
Yeah. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to talk about our LCAP goal number 2. English learners will become more proficient in English while engaging in a rigorous standard-based curriculum, standard-aligned curriculum. So whether you're at the high school or middle school, we are in charge of scheduling, so we work with Ed Services and collaborate with them in terms of the data when they identify English language learners. And we do preferential scheduling for all students who are English language learners so that we can optimize their learning environment. In addition to that, we are part of our school leadership teams and our professional learning communities so that we can talk and collaborate with each department at our school sites. And from there, we try to create interventions to best support our English language learners. A specific example of that is we provide parent workshops for our students who have families that are English language learners, and we show them what we do at the school site and how to best help them help their child at home, whether it be in their home language or in English. We let them know that they are able to help, even if they feel like there are roadblocks or barriers in their way. We try to provide them access to show them that really we can collaborate together and work together as a real family and make sure their children succeed. And another example of that is all of our school site advisors and middle school, high school counselors work with our ELAC community, and we do presentations in those meetings. We talk about all the available resources on our school sites, but then also within our community, like, for example, tutoring at Virginia Park or Boys and Girls Club, and how to access those resources too so that they have support outside of the school day.
So I think we're all in agreement the importance of making sure that all of our LCAP goals are met. I'm going to speak briefly about number 3, ensuring that all students engage in schools that are safe, well-maintained, and family-friendly. This is super important. We want to make sure that all of our students and families feel welcomed and safe and making sure that our families and students have a voice on all of the campuses. Some of the examples that we have ensuring that we meet number 3 are, one of them is coffee with the counselors. This is something that it's a monthly meeting where we encourage and invite all parents available to come to bring all of their thoughts, concerns, questions to an open forum. Sometimes we have reps come from colleges. Sometimes we have community outreach specialists come to speak about coping skills and anxiety and teenage stress. Sometimes we just leave it open because we know parents have issues that are laying heavy on their hearts, and we just allow them to come for an hour once a month. And talk to the counselors and get good feedback from them. We always want to make sure we maintain an accessible, friendly, helpful environment for our students. Evening college planning nights. Our college counselors do an amazing job at making sure that throughout the year we offer super informative college, specifically by grade level, nights. Students are welcome to attend, but these are really well attended, very informative nights that keep parents informed on the college process, which can be daunting sometimes. So we really enjoy inviting parents and students to our evening college planning nights. Open door policy. I think Kimmy can speak to that. We have an open door policy. You come in and see your counselor. Unless we're behind doors and we're with somebody, you can come in anytime. I know that that's the same with Olympic and Samo High, with Malibu. Open door policy, come in as you need. We have basically a heavy flow all day long, especially right now in Malibu. But we really pride ourselves on having an open door, welcoming, supporting LCAP number 3 environment for our students at all times, and oftentimes parents. Out badges. That is a district-wide movement, as you know, to ensure that all of our students feel safe and supported. So that's something we wear our badges, we have our banners at school. So that's just another one of those ways where we make sure that kids feel safe and welcomed and happy and loved on campus. So in closing, we'd like to thank all of you so much for your attention tonight. With purpose and intention, our counseling team is striving to create an inclusive program that is equitable and accessible to the needs of all. Our hope tonight is that you now have a sense of our purpose on how we serve our students each and every day with fidelity and love. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Friends,
just to draw everyone's attention to our agenda, we do have a time-stamped item this evening for 7 o'clock p.m., and the rules require us to get to that item no later than 15 minutes after it's been time-stamped. So that puts us at 7:15. We have one public comment also for this item, and John, we need to hear that public comment now.
No, for this item we just had. Speakers who have submitted a public speaking card prior to the beginning of this item will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers who submit a public speaking card after the board begins comments on this item will be allowed 1 minute to speak. Speakers and members of the audience are asked to refrain from expressions of support or disagreement that would intimidate other speakers or disrupt the meeting. We have one speaker on this agenda item. It's Ann Thanawala. Good evening, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentation. We are always thrilled to have counselors, and I'm here, number one, to ask for more. We don't have enough. We used to have a program, and I've been talking to several parents who've had kids who've graduated already and still have kids in the district, and they're finding that when they had we had a process where parents could sit down with the counselor and the kid as a freshman and a sophomore and plan out their schedules. We don't have that anymore. So, you know, we'd like to see that happen. I think the counselors would probably appreciate that as well. So that's one of the things I'm asking for. The other thing, I wanted to just try to understand better, because we're really not understanding how often our students are going to get actual counseling in the 7 years that we're talking about here. And then with the middle school stuff, with the Naviance, and I think there was Google surveys as well that's going to be implemented. You know, Googler is now a de facto school consultant. What that means in terms of data. But particularly if, you know, there are 4 different terms of Navient, so we don't know if which format you're using. There are 3 out of the box, and then there's another format that counselors can actually put their own questionnaires together. And in that regard, anyone under the age of 13 would need parental consent on that, so that needs to be looked at. But you know, we really are concerned about our kids getting the AG, and not so concerned about them taking these kinds of online assessments when they're practically this age, and then kind of putting them on a pathway to career when they're not ready for that. I don't think 11-year-olds should be looking at careers. You know, a rock star today and a scientist tomorrow. So we don't know what's inside the box. When they're asking all these questions, we don't know what's inside there. And if there's something that's like, you know, taking these kids one way or the other way because of the way they answer something, you know, we count on our counselors to catch those things. But we don't know how much is weighted towards these online surveys, you know, your personality test, versus the personalization that we get from real human connections. So I wanted to address that as well. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And that concludes comment on this item.
Members of the audience, are there any members here who are looking to hear item 11F, which is a major action item which we have time-stamped? That's our 2018-19 first interim report. I'm going to suggest that we move a little bit, see if it's okay, but I would like to not go beyond 7:30, and we'll try for that. Okay. Maria, you're our first on the list for it's a longer report. It's about a 30-minute plus conversation amongst us, but let's get started. Maria? Well, I put Maria first, but now I've got Ms. Afshar.
Well, thank you. I mean, thank you so much. I think I'm glad to see that a lot of processes are being put into place. It was something that I always had a lot of questions. I know a lot of you counselors would always get mad at me sometimes because I asked a lot of questions. But I'm glad to see that there's plans being set up, and that I know that this summer was really great that Dr. Shelton took all of you, and you had a good meeting, I think, in the summer to kind of hopefully spearhead a lot of what you presented tonight. And it's your, how can I say, it's you. You all make it the best of what can happen, because I think all of you counselors individualize all this, because it's your commitment, your passion that goes into the work that you do as counselors that really makes the program great. So I thank you all for all the great work you do, because I don't think I could do that. It's a lot of work but I thank you for that. But, you know, have some questions. I guess the first one is for, you know, I know we have college counselors, but I think at one point they're going to have to be called, you know, college and career counselors, you know, because I think for me that I've been passionate about the whole career. And I think from tonight's question from the audience, from one of our parents, I think we have to do like an educational for our parents, because I don't think they understand the whole piece of how career fits into going to college piece. So I think there has to be an educational piece for parents. Otherwise, we're always going to have parents that I know we got a lot of feedback from Santa Monica College, who was there presenting on the college nights in the last couple of two meetings in the fall. So I think that there has to be more educational for parents so they can understand this piece. The other one is, I guess, let me go back. I'm glad to see that there was on your activities I guess it would be the step 2 into this, on the 6-week, you know, DNF notifications, because that has always been a big concern for mine. And I'm glad to see it was both in middle and the high school, because there was always that point where, you know, for let's say a 6th grader or a 9th grader that, you know, for the first 6 weeks, if they're not doing well, then how do we know after 6 weeks if they failed or they're getting a D or an L or failing? I mean, what process is set up so that we can make sure that in the 12th grading period, they either pick up or further stronger interventions have to be put in place. So I was glad to see that. The other thing that you mentioned in terms of the context of parents involved when something goes wrong with students, and my concern is this. I think for the most part, because it happened to our family, that emails and sometimes phone calls don't get responded by parents. They just ignore you. And they can ignore you for years. So my question has always been, is there any way that we can implement home visits when you do not get a response from a parent after several emails, after several calls, and you don't get anything? Like, what do we implement to make sure somebody goes to the home and see what's going on? Because it might be an illness, it might be somebody who, so there has to be something there. There has to be that human connection to that family, because at one point, if I think the student realizes they're coming to the house, they're going to realize somebody cares about what I'm doing. And sometimes that's all you need for that student to all of a sudden straighten up and say, oh, wow, there is concern here. It's not just me by myself. And so you never really know. And like I said, for me, I take it really personally because it happened in our family. And, you know, the intervention comes where if the parents aren't there, then other family members kick in, which is what I did. So I really take this really personally, that we need to make sure we do that. And and the other piece, let me see. You mentioned also from that at 8th grade you do that retention and promotion presentation. I would like to see if possibly it could begin in 6th grade. It's like letting them know what are the expectations by the time they it is grade. For me, the earlier the expectations are given to students, the easier they'll know, and parents too, what to look forward to, like the beginning of middle school through 8th, and then when you start high school, you know, until the 12th grade, not wait till all of a sudden things are falling through the cracks. And just the last thing is, I guess the whole piece of when you're transitioning from 5th to 6th grade and from 8th to 9th, and part of it is because I know I was at the college working with a group of students that were transitioned from 8th grade for that summer when Dr. Sally Chow was here. And I forget the name of the program that was there during the summer. And I think, Oscar, you got Connect for Success, and you were part of it. I dealt with it on the SMC side. You did it through PYFC. But one of those pieces is to make sure that if at 5th grade, 4th and 5th grade, students are not faring well, that at some point somebody can assess them, and so that when the baton is made between 5th and 6th, the 6th grade, you know, at the 6th grade counselor will take that into consideration and right away set up mechanisms to make sure you can catch that student. Otherwise, and the same from 8th to 9th, otherwise, it's like I don't want to wait till the first 6 week grading period, but that you already know what's going to happen, because you already know if they're coming in, especially in 8th to 9th, because you promote, because you can't hold them back, but you promote whether they're D or F students anyway, because they're going to be. So for me, it's really important then, if we're really a school district that's really going to take advantage of this and really make sure it's key, then if we are promoting just to promote, that we make sure that we take a good handle of those kids that are promoting with D's and F's from 8th grade to 9th. I know I have a lot of stuff here. Oh, and just the last thing, I mean, I'll give it up, is I'm hoping that the data, I know part of it, and I don't know whether we've done it yet, has to include career technical somewhere, or career exploration or whatever. There's numbers have to be in there. But, you know, I take the technical part because it's, you know, and somebody mentioned it's not vocational ed anymore. It's not voc ed. It's really career education with a, you know, high wage, high tech, high need, especially in this area of Santa Monica. So we're talking about students that maybe might not know what careers, again, they want to do, but at the end of the day, they need to make sure that if they don't feel comfortable going to a four-year school, or maybe they're going to take a gap year, that they can connect up. You know, Santa Monica College has a lot of that offerings so that they can do something in 1 year and they can finish a certification in a semester or two, and they can enter the workforce. Because at the end of the day, after college and everything you do, you have to have a job. I think as parents, I know that. I finally got my kids off my budget, but it took a long time because my first child went, you know, it wasn't there. My second child did. But in that case, you know, we need to make sure that we ensure that. And just, I guess, just that lastly, in terms of, I guess, support for interns, I know that at a while back, because I was working with Santa Monica College, John Adams some years back with one of my grants, and we did bring in they were more like counselors, like internships or MSWs, people that were doing MSWs from USC. And I think they needed somebody with an MSW degree at whatever to oversee their work. But there's people out there that will willing, and they love our district, so I'm sure they would mind coming to it. And just lastly, thank you so much. I mean, I think we've come a long way. We have a great district, but at one point there has to be that, how can I say, that passion and that love that comes from the heart from all of you to connect up to our kids, to make them feel, for those that, our top kids feel that. And they have parents that will support them. For those that don't, then I think we have to be the parents. We have to be their parents and make sure that we can do whatever we have to do to make them feel that they're wanted here and they're going to be successful. So anyway, thank you. That's it. I overdid it.
Thank you, Maria. Ms. Afshar, then Mr. Blaine, then Ms. Lieberman.
I just wanted to say how I think everything that was spoken so far has been so wonderfully implemented at Malibu High. Our counselors, Ms. Dom, Mr. Safera, they've kept students, all the students at Malibu, myself included, very well aware of the path ahead. This is inclusive of our PSAT, which we just took, also of the high school transition, which was an extremely scary time from 8th to 9th grade. They've definitely made everything very comprehensible. High school has been a very scary place, but they've made it better. And my counselor, Mr. Safera, has been very understanding and patient with me. And I know that his door is always open. And he's definitely been imperial to my high school experience. And for that, I thank you, not only you two, but everybody for doing what you do. Especially in times like now with, for lack of a better word, these pressing circumstances, the fires, they've just been doing so much to help. And I truly thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Afshar. Mr. Blaine?
Kind of a similar note here, like school counselors. Should I put it in the microphone? I'm going to speak to you, though. So I'll turn the mic around. Can I do that? I could do that? Oh, cool. Okay. So yeah, as school counselors, you all are amazing. I've had the privilege, Miss Stoffer, you were my Lincoln counselor, and now Miss Golden, who's my amazing SAMA counselor. But yeah, so I have as a student who just kind of, obviously I'm on the student member of the board, I love to just go in and talk to Miss Golden about whatever is happening in my life or what's going on. And I think that's something that the open door policy, I think it's a really cool thing that we have because students who want to talk to their counselors can. But kind of a question I have is, how do people who aren't in crisis situations, who are getting immediate help from their counselors, or people who are going in and voluntarily seeing their counselors, how do we ensure, especially at a school like Santa Monica High School where we have 2,800 kids and 10 counselors, how do we get those kids, how do we get every kid that counselor time that they need? Because I know that the one academic planning meeting a year it's great, but talking to Ms. Golden every week, that's pretty fun too. Having to actually have that connection and actually having my counselor know me, that's super cool. And I want to know how we're going to do that with more students and have more people interact more often, so you can talk to your counselor and they don't just know you from your transcript, they know you as a person. So what is kind of the plan? I want to hear, I know you mentioned this, getting more counselors, but what is kind of the current plan right now to get students involved more, if you want to answer that? I have two questions, but that's the first one.
So just first, for the last 2 years, we've been doing 9th grade meet and greets, where we're calling in all of our 9th graders on an individual basis at SAMO just to introduce ourselves. And it's a non-academic, so we ask silly get-to-know-you questions just so they know where our office is. They know our face. We know them. We take little notes on them so we know if opportunities come up in the future. But it's really to emphasize the open door. This is where our office is. You guys can come whenever you want. So our 9th grade advisors just finished with that, and then we'll go into the scheduling second semester. And then 10th grade, we really do know. I mean, we know our kids by name by then and everything, so yeah.
Mr. Blaine has a second question.
Yeah, so I know that currently at SAMO, how it works is they have 10th and 12th grade counselors and 11th or 9th and 11th. Is there funding to expand the number of counselors, or is that something that's limited right now? Because I know funding is definitely... Because I definitely want to advocate to you too. From firsthand experience,
I think it's so valuable to have someone who really knows you well. And at a school as big as Santa Monica, like our high school, we have so many kids. And I'm doing the math right now. If we have 2 counselors per house, and then we have 10 counselors in total, that's each counselor has 280 kids, and that's a lot of people. And even as much as we want to get to know people individually, having like 5 more counselors, I just think I just would want to give my personal opinion that I think that we should have more counselors. But I think it's super valuable, and I think it also helps. It's helped me a lot develop as a student. I'm like talking to both of you guys, but it's really helped me develop as a student. But it's also made me more passionate about kind of getting involved with my like college stuff, and that kind of brings me to my other question. So I know it's at SAMO. I'm not sure how it is at Malibu, but I know at SAMO we have the College and Career Center. And I know you all had mentioned how the school counselors kind of talk to the students from as freshmen and sophomores. We do a lot of the college stuff, but how does the transition work from the counselors to the college counselors? How do the school counselors and the individual houses bring their students into the houses? That's kind of what I wanted to know. And how does that connection work? Do they like have a meeting together, or do they just say, here you go? Because I think that information, that as you've gotten to know that student from a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, bringing that information to the college center and saying, well, this isn't just a student who's gotten a 3.5 GPA. This is a student who loves to do this and loves to do that. And it's just, there's more to them than just what they've have on paper, and kind of bringing that whole school counselor aspect to it and what you know about the student. So how does that transition kind of work? And is it working well? Is it not working well? I don't know who wants to answer that one.
So, Mr. Blaine, while that is getting queued up, Dr. Drati would like to respond to your first question, and then we'll, then our speakers list is Lori, Ralph, and John. I do want to remind everyone that we have a time-stamped item, and we're beyond that allowance. Dr. Drati.
Yeah. So this is for everyone, I guess. It might not sound popular, but we need to work on our system. We need to work on our system. As much as Aiden, I know you are a very personable person. I hung out with you, but you're easy to talk to. But I also know I talk to families throughout the system that don't feel connected to the schools. They don't feel connected to the class. They don't feel connected to counselors. So not that anybody's going out there and saying let's ignore students or let's ignore things, but we do have a gap in achievement, and there are those that have and don't have. So what we have to do, pouring more money, resources on it is probably not going to solve the situation. I think we need to first coordinate all of our efforts to make sure that we are being as efficient as possible, from instruction to counseling to administration, from board to everyone, and really do that. And the key to that is to have data. We have to have data. I think I love the fact that the counselors are now going to have volunteered or have agreed to be a part of making sure they're a part of the A through G accountability system. All the stuff that they're going to do in Naviance, the inputs, they get to now look at reports and get together and look at decisions and different things that they have to do. But it starts there. Eventually, they're going to involve the SLTs. They're going to involve community members. We get to now go talk to community and saying, look, this is how we're trying to coordinate our efforts. And then if at some point, if we say, look, all of our efforts, we're doing our best and we need to pour more money into a certain area or something, then we'll have data to suggest that. So I just don't, it probably doesn't sound sexy, everybody wants, but I think right now we got to really, really focus on the system. And I think having the data is an important piece.
Thank you, Dr. Drati. Ms. Brown, is there someone who would like to respond to Aiden's second question about the transition from?
So just real fast, it's a pretty seamless transition between, at least at SAMO, when they can start meeting with their counselors. Okay, let me track. The College and Career Centers drop in, welcome, open door policy. Kids can go in all the time. Individually, they can set up appointments junior year with their college counselors. And then senior year, first semester, they meet with their college counselors. And then that becomes that now they have 2 counselors. So as a senior advisor, we are always talking to the college counselors. Vice versa, they're asking for lists, kids who have interests, scholarships. I mean, we're doing all that. And then as students fill out their brag sheet on Naviance, the college counselors are able to make more connections, but we are constantly talking, making lists. Did you write this kid's letter of rec? Did he ask you this? Can he? I mean, there's a constant communication. So we're a team. Yeah. And I'm sure at Malibu it's the same. Yeah, same.
Thank you very much. Lori, Ms. Lieberman.
I just want to try to pick up on a few of the threads that have been out here. So first I want to say this was an awesome presentation of what you do and what you're doing, and it was, I think, there's more to absorb in here than I think we could do in one reading of this and in one night. So, but kudos to you. And to what Dr. Drotti said, I totally get it, and I agree that you've got to have a foundation that starts with data in order to then help you do what we all want to do. So I'm all in on the data, I'm all in on what you're doing. And I really relate to the comments that Maria and Aiden, and even one of the comments that the speaker earlier made. And that really does have to do with the sort of connection, the personal connection, and your ability to do that, particularly for those students who don't come from families who are connected, and to the ones who Maria was suggesting, maybe if you don't hear from them, you make home visits. I would ask the question in a more open-ended way about, what are our strategies for those students who don't take advantage of some of those optional things, or who might show up at these things, but you don't get a lot of feedback from, you don't get a lot of, and you may not even have a good answer right now, but I think you should hear from all of us that we are concerned that in order to serve all students, not that we don't care about the Aidens of the world who are going to make it even without you, because we do. We want to serve them too, but we're really concerned with those who need more and who we feel we have to find some ways to surround in greater ways than we've been able to up to now. So, and I do think data helps for sure, but I think what's sort of being expressed is we want to know that there's how it works, not just from a data perspective. And I guess I was going to ask a question, and I don't even know if this is valuable, but as I was reading through this before tonight, I was thinking, well, could you walk me through what's a representative student who's not an Aiden? What's their life as they start in 9th grade and go through, and what is their counseling experience? Because I do think that's the part that Maria and Anne were alluding to, and what happens for that person. And I can't read it, not because it's not there. You know much better than I do, but when I'm reading the structure, I don't know how it impacts an individual student. So I don't know if that's too unfair of a question, because I'm certainly not meaning to put you on the spot, but well, like if somebody, where they enter in 9th grade and you know that maybe their grades aren't so good, they have, I don't know, whatever appears to you in the data that where you look for, what you look for, and then what you start to do to try to help those students who can't help themselves. Maybe Dr. Drotti wants to.
Yeah, so I think it's in what Maria was talking about is, I think the council did an excellent job of explaining the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And in the tier 1, that's supposed to be for everybody. You're guaranteed that experience for everybody. But at some point, tier 1, whatever efforts in tier 1, it come not just from councils, but from teaching, from other areas, all of a sudden, it's not catching everybody. Somebody jumps to tier 2. I think what Maria is asking is, we know the tier 2 or tier 3 possibly before that 12th grade. Is there something in place?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm
before
asking
that comes.
too.
So,
what happens at whatever point you see that person? Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm understanding the question right, so with tier 1, we're meeting with every single person. So as an example at Malibu High, so we meet with every single 8th grade student. So the counselors, the high school counselors, and it's easier because it's a 6 through 12, so we have that same for now on our campus. So we go into 8th grade classrooms, we introduce ourselves one by one and talk to the students. We do a presentation in the beginning of the year, and then in February we do sit with every single 8th grade student, explain what the transition is going to be so that they're not scared. And by the time we sit with them, they've already seen us once in their classrooms. We have the wellness center going through 9th grade classes too, talking about what it's going to be like in high school, doing some coping strategies and stuff like that. But with 8th graders, it's really important that we establish that kind of nurturing, like, this isn't going to be that bad. And even if we weren't all 6 through 12, it's okay. We're your friendly counselors. We're the ones that are going to be here, so that even if they are not, even if they aren't meeting those even if they're not meeting the tier 1 requirements, that even if that we can reach out and see them on a regular basis. So that's that one introduction that I think really does carry them through. It's kind of like that saying, you have one chance to make a first impression. That is so important. Those students feel comfortable having that meeting with us in 8th grade. They were familiar with us. They recognize us. We tell students, it's February. You're going to choose your classes for 9th grade. We have your 8th grade transcript. We know everything that you've done. We have all of your grades since 6th grade. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to help you stay on A through G track to get through the next 4 years. We do a 4-year plan with every single 8th grader. They do not leave until we have a 4-year plan, and we keep a copy of that, and they can refer back to that, and we give them a copy. We let them know that they can change that, and then we let them change their course requests through the end of the year. We continue to sit with every single one of them, and we say, remember, even as they're a junior or a senior, remember when we met with you in 8th grade? Same deal. You can come see us whenever you want, and this is the process.
So let me just kind of add, in that experience, I think Naviance is a beautiful thing here, because in that experience, as the counselors are talking to those students, or a student says, well, in my 4-year experience, I want to take these classes, or I want to do this, because in Naviance, you're going to say, I want to be a doctor. Counselor's going to say, man, you're failing all your classes. Can we talk about what your experience is? You're coming in, failing your classes, but you have these dreams. What can we do to catch that? So that in that experience, in that exchange, we should be able to catch the students. And I think the question is, how do you respond when we're running through an incongruent situation? You know, you're getting to Aiden, hey, I want to be a rocket star, and all of a sudden this kid Aiden at all A's. Yeah, it's easy to plan for him at that point. But when that conflict comes, how do we respond, and how do we address that situation? And I think that's the piece I think you guys are saying.
Yeah,
at some point, the counselor is going to catch somebody that is disconnected, and so on. How do we respond to that?
So yeah, fortunately, they can't escape us, because they show up on our 6-week progress report DF lists. So those students that say they wanted to be a rocket scientist, who are then getting D's and F's, they're going to be called in every single, and I mean, I can speak for Malibu, and I know the rest of the counselors too at Samo and Olympic. They will often see the same faces over and over again, but our goal, and by tracking that, is that we see the same kids less and less for that reason, and that we're seeing them more for Student of the Month, Optimist Club Awards, Youth Appreciation, things like that, where we can start bringing them up with accolades. Look how far you've come from being in 9th grade with D's and F's to an AB student who is now going to fulfill that desire. Look at your 4-year plan. Look at where you wanted to be, and you got there. So it's constant encouragement. And I do think I can speak for all of these. We've all worked together for a really long time. Some of us are old timers here. We do, in an unofficial way, because I know you were asking for like a really specific answer for how do you exactly, but I know that we hit most of our students on a regular basis. And when we're up there, during their ceremony for graduation, Luke and I, we always sit there and we're dumbfounded. We're like, I know the whole story of every single one of those students, and I know the advisors do too, and I know that Stephanie does too. So there is, sometimes the student does slip through the crack. I can only speak for Malibu, but we never not get a response from parents. It's pretty easy to get a response back from parents, maybe not always at a larger school with 2,800 kids. But we're pretty aggressive and determined to make contact with email and phone calls and face-to-face, and we get a large percentage that way with with parents and students. So we're pretty proud of that. Does that answer your question? Does that address that? Okay.
It starts with the whole Naviance. Remember, the Naviance is almost like a counselor's cume online, where the parents and students can see it.
It's a tool that's should enable you to
see things,
do it better, to identify kids and go after them.
But are parents informed of this? So they really know how it works? Especially, I'm thinking about our Latino parents who don't have computers, who have nothing. I don't know.
Maybe let me state this. I know Naviance is supposed to be an interface between the counselors, the whole system, teachers, counselors, parents. I think we wanted to train the students first. You guys are not, and then we want to start. Once we're proficient, then we want to start educating the parents on how to use it. That's a game plan, I think. Yeah.
So, Ralph, John, Oscar, anybody else? We'll close the list. So Ralph, John, and Oscar, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you all. My comments, I think, are brief. I think, what excites me is working together. We talk about common assessments. We talk about understanding across the board how we as a district, as a community, are serving our students. And it's exciting to see that we're looking at how to learn information, at the different schools, but try to get the same, ask similar questions, get information from different subsets of students, and then families and the teachers, and learn from that, and learn how to answer the questions that are being asked of you. How do we do this? How do we do that? And so, in a time when people are trying to step away from working together, it's just really, heartwarming to once again see us working together, finding solutions so that all of our students can be successful, to understand that as each one as individuals what their needs are, and to have the tools to help them. So thank you, Dr. Dradi, Dr. Morrow, whoever's been involved in setting this up and the time that's been put in. And I know that when you come back the next time, you'll be able to tell us about all the new things you're doing, and the things that are successful and the things that haven't been successful that we're changing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. John.
Great, thank you. And thank you all very much for the presentation. The way I see it, and I think what I'm sensing is we all want things to happen faster than sometimes they are, and it's letting nature take its course. What I see in this presentation is emblematic of the foundational work being done throughout the district right now, that we have all these exciting things we want to do. We're looking at different models of education. We're looking at CART, Da Vinci, High Tech High, project-based learning, all this stuff. The vital role of identifying the students that we're trying to find, those 1.8 to 2.0s, the kids who are falling through, the kids with no connection, the work is going to be the advisors and the counselors. And without the foundation to build on, I don't know how we do that in any consistent way. So when I see this as a foundational element that we then build up from, that allows us to go out and say, you know what, you'd be great at this technology program that we're going to implement here, and we're talking to you now in 9th grade, even though you don't have to do it to 11th grade, and maybe we'll get you to do something in 10th grade to prepare you for it. So I'm really excited by this because I see where you're going with it. So that excites me out of this presentation. And we all share these same concerns. The couple questions I have, and maybe Ms. Brown you can write me an email too, because it might not be this purview, but my question was with diplomas versus certificates, with the role that counselors and advisors will have, more of a middle school situation, I think, with how we're talking with our parents with kids with IEPs and special needs, and the path that they're on, so they have a better idea of what's happening with the future of their student. Maybe that's something we can talk about later, even in a Friday memo would be interesting. And then the last thing I want to say, I'm going to gently push back on my peers, because, yeah, Aiden's a great kid, and we're going to keep using Aiden as an example. I'll throw my own kids under the bus, the Jenny and Joseph. I had wonderful experiences with my counselors and advisors at Samo and at Lincoln. Just because my kids are four-year college kids coming from two college-educated parents doesn't mean the job is easy. It doesn't mean that the advisor didn't have to take an active role and say, you know what, I think you're wrong with this. I think this is something you should do for this child. I know because I see them. So I want to say that, yeah, we all want to catch all our kids, but I also want to thank you for the work you do with all of our students, because every child has your attention. We just want to make sure we're not missing anybody. So thank you all, and I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, John. Oscar.
Okay. I was rounding out. I wasn't pushing back. I was rounding. Wrong word.
Okay. Yeah. I also want to thank you all for all your work, and I know that the job of counselors is very difficult because of the student to counselor ratio. I mean, really, it's kind of unworkable if you think about it, right? It's what, 250 per student in our district? Is that roughly, or 280? No, 300? Like 350. So, yeah. It is challenging. It's very challenging. So thank you all for your work, and I understand how hard it is. As a product of the school district, I had a lot of different experiences with counselors, and at the middle school, it's very challenging. So those of you who are working with middle school students, my son's there now, and I know that they're dealing with a lot of issues, and everything from social media to, you name it, to relationships, all kinds of things that the young people are dealing with. And so the social emotional piece is probably more important at the middle school level because of just how youth development works. And then at the high school level, it just picks up on the academic side, and everything else just goes by so quick. So I really just want to say that I really appreciate all the work that you all do day to day. A couple of some feedback. Working at the youth center, what I've learned is that college visitations is a very powerful, what we call a high impact learning experience. So taking young people, SMC is probably the easiest thing to do, but if we take them to UCLA, USC, some of the local colleges and universities, once young people set foot on those campuses, they see themselves there, and they can see that, wow, this is actually a really cool thing, and it opens up ideas of them being there, So I think the more that we can do that and develop those partnerships moving forward, I think would be great. This board has approved that we pay for the PSAT for all 10th graders, and that's something we're very proud of. Moving forward is what kind of SAT test prep exists, for students, because that is a very important exam, the ACT, SAT. These are high stakes tests that determine life opportunities, after high school. So it's really important for us to do more as a community, not just talking about our school district, but I think the city, this is an area where the city and the school district and the community college can partner together. I love the concept of the career panels. One of the things that I think is really powerful is the idea of giving young people like real life experiences. So bringing people to the school setting where young people get to hear about the careers of the future, and that changes a lot. I was just talking to someone today who they graduate with a bachelor's degree, I think it might have been in business, and they're going back to school to get a degree in nursing, because nursing, is one of the careers that are in high demand. So having people either from the community college or our own counselors that are very knowledgeable about the careers of the future and in the high-tech sector here in Silicon Beach, that's always going to change. So I know we also started a bachelor's degree program at Santa Monica College. That might expand, but definitely we have that opportunity there for young people, and I think that's great. The Naviance technology, I think, is I really don't know about it. I can't say that I've looked into it or studied it, so I need to do my own homework about it and get some training on it, because I know there's a lot of features to it. Surveys, for example, things like that we need to know when we can turn on, turn off, because there's features you can turn off and on Naviance. So I think it's real important for us to understand that. And I know there was a parent who spoke about the importance of protecting student information. So I think that's also key to understand how that information, how that data is shared with outside agencies, or how long we keep it, for example. I think that's really important nowadays. People are impacted in many different ways, job opportunities. I just read an article of a young man, well, not a young man, but a man who dropped out of a school board race in LAUSD because he had made mistakes, when he was 20 years old. And there's things now on Google. Even you Google my name, there's things that are in error, but that is still there, and you can't get rid of it. So social media, data, all that's so important. There's a lot of data mining going on. There's companies that are doing a lot of that. So we just need to know, so we can assure our parents. This is really to assure parents and students, this is what we do with the data. This is how we protect the data. This is how long we keep the data. So policies and protocols around that, I think, is going to be real important moving forward. The connection with Santa Monica College is awesome, and Maria's talked a lot about that for many years, and I know they do a lot of good work with SMC, but there's also priority enrollment for our students. So I don't know how we can track that, and also just tracking our students' performance. I know I've seen data in the past that isn't really a lot to brag about in terms of how our students do. Like once they leave our SMM USD schools, they enter SMC. A lot of them are taking remedial math and English courses. So for us as a school board, I think it'd be very important if we can find a way to track that information so we can improve our systems and hold ourselves accountable. I think that'd be great. And I think that's really a big concept here and a big principle in all this with the data and the way that you all are doing the work is accountability, and how we can hold students accountable to their career plans, their academic plans, how parents can hold students accountable, how community partners, you know, that are working with students after school can hold these young people accountable, and how we can hold ourselves accountable as a system, because as counselors, you know that, hey, this student is getting Fs, you know, Fs and Ds, and you're the first ones to know. You're like the first responders when it comes to academic performance, because you're the people that know, after parents, you know, that these young people need help. But I think you're in a better position to do an intervention with these young people. So the concept of early intervention, I think we need to really put a lot of thought into that. You know, like, what does early intervention look like? And when do we do it, and how do we do it, and what's the follow-up? I know at the high school, I'm not sure if this still happens or not, but students that get probably Fs or Ds, there's like a mandatory meeting. I don't know if that happens in the 9th grade or that used to happen. I don't know if we still continue that or not. The other thing that I didn't hear much about was the role of the outreach specialists, the community liaisons, you know, this concept of collective impact. The city of Santa Monica, you know, after incidents that happened back in like 2009, the city embarked on this whole plan of like not working in silos, of bringing different community partners together. And that's something that I think schools can do a better job of bringing the different community partners to the table so that we can have that collective impact, so we can make sure that we support young people, like this continuum of support, like in school, out of school. I think that'd be great. And anyway, we are blessed to have the resources that we have in this community. We are a resource-rich community, so the more that we can collaborate, work together, I think it's going to really make the difference. And I invite everyone to come to the Pico Youth and Family Center, see what we do, see what we can offer the young people, especially at the high school. Those of you that are at Santa Monica High School or Olympic, it's a very easy walk. And so we'd love to collaborate more. So that was just, in closing, what I want to offer for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Oscar. Mr. Foster, did you, if I may just take one moment to ask my question. One, I wanted to say thank you, also echo my colleagues, and just share that at the closing days of the last semester of the last academic year, I had the opportunity to sit on multiple days in the H House office, quietly working on something and watching just the many students coming in. There wasn't a quiet moment throughout the multiple mornings that I was there. And so it's anecdotal, yes, but I really had an appreciation for the number of students who are being seen. I also want to thank Ms. Afshar, because we know that it's not just Aiden who is a stand-up. We have Ms. Afshar here also, and I just don't want, you know, Ms. Afshar, next time we're going to make you walk to the podium. And then to contribute with the rounding out that John did, and then also I'm very drawn to what Maria's comments were at the beginning, and I think this is probably for Dr. Dradi and his team to address with school board members later. I'd really like to have some sense as to noting what Malibu said, that they have no problem with parents returning calls. I would like to know what the depth of that problem, if that problem exists, at Olympic and at Samuel High, what that is, or at our middles across the board. I think that would be important for us to get a sense. And data drives, I'm thrilled to see all of the articulated commitment to data and to being data driven, but what is that level? And I'm 100% in with home visits, whatever that intervention looks like. And Lori, I think, went and talked about strategies. What are the strategies gonna be? So I wanna say that I'm there too. One of the things that, now this is anecdotal as a parent in the district, and with, we have this Illuminate. I want Dr. Dradi to hear this. We have Illuminate, and I know that we have, throw my kid under the bus. Okay, so you watch how, we're supposed to be watching the progress, right? We're all in this together. Teachers, counselors, parents, administrators, custodian, everybody's in it together. But here we are in the 11th hour of a semester, and what we find out maybe is that really late that a child who's that middle child, right? I mean, middle in the sense is performing well, is the BC, ABC student, but there are some components that have not been caught. So we have this tool, Illuminate, and there's this encouragement for everybody to be on board and be engaged and watching, but maybe we're only looking for those who are really slipping, right? We've got our eyes on those who are not the Aidens or the Miss Afshars, Mr. Blaine, Miss Afshar, but where the middle also, that you're going from a B to a C or D, or you're not doing your homework, or there's intervention problems with regards to exams, etc. And I'm just thinking about kids on IEPs. And so I just want to say that I know you're on it, but there's so much here, so that when you're working on what you were saying in response to Aiden, that we're trying to look at efficiencies and everybody working together, I think it's important to make sure that that's that tool of Illuminate, which I don't know how I feel about that. No, I look at Illuminate every day with my kid. No, you know, I'm talking about grades, Illuminate. And we're talking about progressing on the A through G and college ready, career ready. I'm saying that there's so much there that as I watch, I promise my kid now that I'm only gonna look once a week, but I'm saying that I see stuff as an educator. As at the college, I have what's called early alert. And when I notice that my students who are performing at a certain level, whether it be B, and then they drop to a D, we have an early alert system. And I'm not seeing that anecdotally with Illuminate being used to make those kind of interventions. And so I'm saying, if Naviance is great, I think. I'm with Oscar, I gotta know more about it. I mean, I know what you told me and what we've read here and what we get here. Yes. But so thank you is first and foremost. Thank you. And that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would recommend to my colleagues, but I don't want to be on the hook by myself here, is that we've missed our 7 o'clock, and that John and I put that 7 o'clock time stamp for us on it. We did it together.
Yes, we did.
And so I'm saying now we have Dr. Samaj Powell, we've got students who want to give their reports. I was going to say, can we forgo that timestamp? But I don't want to be on the hook in case we get in trouble with the powers outside. We have to be here unanimous with that.
Friendly suggestion would be to let our students go because they have exams, and then do our timestamp, and then we can have our early education.
Well, I would. Senior staff has to be here, and others don't have to be here for our discussion items. So I'm saying.
Then.
Okay. My recommendation, just say yay or nay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, thank you. So let's go ahead now and move to our communications. And Mr. Blaine from Santa Monica High School.
Thank you. I appreciate the letting me go now, because I have a yes. Of course. I do happen to have a unit test and a final tomorrow. So yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, wait a minute, a final tomorrow. I want to have a conversation about this. Finals week doesn't begin tomorrow.
We have a 5-part final in Spanish.
All right.
And our big part of it is tomorrow, but yeah. So I'll start off by giving you a few updates just around like SAMO. So tomorrow we have our club day. So pretty much, I'm not sure how much you guys know about club day, but it's basically where all the clubs on campus can sell outside food, and it's like we set it up. It's like a whole lunch thing. It's really cool. ASB sets up all the tables, all the tents. There's gonna be places like In-N-Out, Chick-fil-A. Like it's super cool, and students love getting the opportunity to buy stuff that's not on campus. But yeah, so that's pretty cool, and it's always the students love it. Also tomorrow night we have a choir concert, and there's gonna be they're doing a whole cool thing this year. And then, as you mentioned, finals week is next week, which is approaching fast. But Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday we're gonna get out at 12:30 because we're just doing straight finals. But the thing I really want to talk to you about today is this all kind of comes from the the board conference 2 weeks ago, which I had a great time. So thank you so much for bringing me. I really appreciate it. But two of the things I kind of took away from that is there's so much I could be doing with the student member of the board position, and I really want to utilize that this year and possibly next year, who knows. But this year, so one of the things, there are two things I kind of want to address. So one of the things is that I heard from Oscar mention this to me actually. He mentioned that there's a legislative day with the board members, and I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. I wonder if like is the students involved in that at all? And I asked someone who was facilitating our student board member conference, and they basically said no, you're just not involved in that. And I was like, okay, well, I think we should be involved in that. So what I kind of did was, in our student conference, I asked if I can go up and talk to everybody, and I just asked the students. I was like, okay, so who would be interested in getting to participate in this and actually getting to join in with this whole student thing and get to go to the actual legislative day and do like a student legislative day mixed in with the actual board member and the adult board members. And I got like everyone wanted to do it. Like there wasn't a person in the room who didn't want to participate in this. So I was like, okay, this is a pretty good idea. So after that, I went up to Mike Walsh after the last joint session, the last general session, and I talked to him about my idea and told him that I think it would be really cool if we could kind of start like an annual student legislative day on the same day and have students go up. And I've been emailing with him and I think his name's Aaron Davis. He's one of the legislative analysts, but we're really trying to figure out how that could actually happen. And one of the biggest things he said to me so far is that the students would have to go with the board members as kind of like our liaison. So Kimmy and I, if she wants to go, we can kind of like go with one of you, depending on who is going, but organizing that on like a statewide level so we can get school districts from all over California going up, because I think it would be super impactful to have the students, as obviously as board members, you all have an extremely powerful voice and the representatives are going to listen to what you say. But as a student as well, I think that saying, listen, we care about these issues too. We're the students who are in these schools, and this directly affects us. So I want you to listen to what I have to say because this is important to me. And I think if we had that kind of voice going in there and students were able to come up, I think that would add a whole nother dimension to it. And I think that's something that I'm trying to work out right now. I'll give you more updates as I email more with Mr. Walsh and Mr. Davis, but I'd love the board's support for that and to help make that happen. So yeah, I'll give you future updates on that. But the second thing, this is also super cool. So one of the things I realized as student member of the board from Santa Monica, I don't just represent Santa Monica High School. I knew this, but it was kind of like a subconscious thing. Like I was like, okay, I'm the board member for Santa Monica High School. I report what's going on at SAMO, and I let you know what's problems, what I like, what's going on. But I feel like as a student board member, I have a duty to represent the whole Santa Monica and Kimia for Malibu. So one of the ideas I had this year, or one of the things I was talking to some people at the student board conference, because we got to hear ideas from people all across the state, what they're doing in their school districts. And I kind of pieced together a few things. And I came up with this idea to do a Santa Monica Youth Leadership Advisory Council. It's kind of a mouthful, but it would basically be kind of like a Senate for all the schools in Santa Monica. So we'd have 2 representatives from each elementary school, each middle school, and then we'd have representatives from Olympic and Santa Monica, and then I guess if you want to do this in Malibu, it could be kind of like a dual thing. But I want to figure out a way where I can get representation and kind of have like a support system from every single school in Santa Monica. Because hearing what Grant Elementary School, who was here before, or hearing what Franklin or what Lincoln has to say about issues, that's just important as what SAMO has to say. So I was talking to Dr. Dradi and Dr. Mora, and I think that at the next principals meeting in January 15th. Yeah, I want to go and talk to them about my idea because I've been working on an application. It wouldn't be like a super rigorous application or anything. I really don't care if it's a kindergartner filling it out or an 8th grader. But I even wrote on there, it's not about the grade, it's about the ideas. But I think it would be super awesome to have like a monthly meeting and get to actually talk to the students from the schools that I'm not going to, the schools that I'm not directly connected to, and hearing what they have to say about their schools. Because I bet there are problems there just as there are problems at SAMO. I bet there are things going on that I should be aware of that I am not because I'm not in direct contact with them. So I'm almost done with this application, but I want to talk to all the principals of these schools and hear what they have to say about it, hear kind of the critiques they have for it, and hear how they would want to actually make this happen, because I think having this kind of support system for me and for future board members for years to come, kind of setting up this structure so that the student board member is not just reporting to you from what's going on at SAMO, but what's going on from every single school in Santa Monica. I think that's really important, so every student is represented and not just the high schoolers. But yeah, I'll give you more updates on that as we go, but I just wanted to let you know some things I'm working on. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Ms. Afshar.
I would love to participate in that, and I would love to partake in that. And Aiden, I'll probably talk to you later about it, because that's a very, very good idea. But what's been going on at Malibu is essentially we had our first day at school on Wednesday, and I think it went very, very well. It was super successful. We had actually like dogs, like therapy dogs all around the school. Krispy Kreme donated about 500 donuts to the school. We had like a comfort room was set up, which was really cute. You could go in at any of your classes or at lunch if you needed like a break, because a lot of the kids are having a very hard time coming back to school. All of our teachers were super accommodating. They were very sweet, very understanding. And seeing from class to class, actually, our attendance is very good. Additionally, most students, from my experience, are super willing to work and very excited to get back to routine and to a sense of normalcy. Furthermore, our soccer season has actually started up. Our soccer teams have been having practice throughout our 4-week break. And for the musical, The Spring Awakening, it's been pushed to February 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So, yes. We have another thing, our pajama day next week, and then mock trial. This is the second year in a row which we set a record for Malibu High School. So that's what's been happening at Malibu.
Thank you, Ms. Afshar. Thank you very much. So by direction of this board, we are now moving to our major action item 11F, which was time-stamped at 7 p.m. Dr. Drotti, it's our first interim report, 2018-19.
Mrs. Melody will do the honors. Ms. Melody Kennedy will do the honors.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me? This is on? I think it's on. As we wait for this to come up, get started, I want to say thank you very much to Gerardo Cruz, our fiscal director, that has put in the major hours of getting all of this information done and always keeping me from falling off the cliff somewhere. And so I definitely appreciate that. And next time his name will be on this report. I realized it wasn't on there just about 3 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. So anyway, what we're going to discuss tonight is our first interim report. It shows our financial position as of October 31st of 2018. It displays the adopted budget and the first interim budget with the changes between the two periods. And then it includes an analysis of standards and assumptions for financial reporting set by the state. It analyzes the impact on the multi-year projection of the general fund in the current 2 fiscal years. And then it also certifies whether or not we're positive, negative, or qualified. So we've changed the format just a little bit, and hopefully this is easier for you all to read and understand. It gives you a great deal of detail, but yet actually points out the highlights, and that's exactly what I'm going to help you do tonight, is to point out the highlights. This is our unrestricted general fund, and our total revenues, the change within total revenues is $1.3 million over our adopted to our first interim. You might say that's a really large number. We did talk about the state revenue there at $1.6 million. We've talked about that in our 45-day revision as to why that is, and I'll talk about that in the next slide as well, so I can kind of catch you up there. And then as we go down the list, you can look at total expenditures. and see that we are $75,508 below what we expected our expenditures to be. So we're pretty much on track in that particular field at this point. So as I mentioned, I was going to talk about major changes. Mr. Gerardo Cruz actually went over this with you the last board meeting, but I like to be able to place it back in here because then it has real relevance for you at that moment in time so you can see it. I'm not going to bore you and read every single solitary one of these off, but the one major thing that I do want you to pay attention to, and I mentioned it back there on the last slide, was the 1.6 million. That's the very first piece on this particular slide. And that was because there was a decrease in the one-time mandated funds from $344 per student, per ADA, I should say, to $184 ADA. And when we had adopted the budget, we had believed that we were going to get a part of that, but because we were basic aid, it didn't really affect us. And so therefore we had to pull that money back out and back it back out at that point. Another thing is on expenditures, there was a $912,427 increase in certificated salaries, and you kind of can see all of those pieces there laid out, so we're trying to be as transparent as possible, no mistakes or no gotchas out there. So, and as you can see, there's a list of other changes of decreases in classified salaries of $113,643,000 decrease in books and supplies due to being moved to certificated salaries. Excuse me. So now we'll look at the restricted general fund, and with the restricted general fund, we actually have a total revenue change from the adopted budget to the first interim of $1.9 million, $1.9 million increase. And then we have a total expenditure increase as well of $2.9 million. The $1.9 million for total revenue, you might say, well, that's quite a bit of money. Why wasn't that in our adopted budget whenever we adopted? A big reason for that, and I'll show you here on the next screen, a big portion of that is that those are carryover dollars from our restricted funds, or from like Title I and Medi-Cal reimbursements and all of those different pieces. And we never know exactly how much those are going to be. Therefore, it is just prudent not to actually put those in, and it always comes in and towards the first interim instead of at this point in time. Some expenditure changes. This, once again, is information you did get in your last meeting, but some expenditure changes that we've actually had that are fairly significant is $1.7 million increase in books and general supplies, and that includes textbooks. So you could tell we're actually gearing up, purchasing those textbooks and planning on all of those pieces at this point in time. So that's a really big one there. So this is actually a breakdown. Some people are visual and they see this. It's easier for them to understand it in this particular way. But if you look at this, it's about our revenues and what pieces of the pie do those revenues actually represent. And as you'll see, you have LCFF state, the LCFF state funds are at 62%. You have federal revenues at 3%, and then other state revenues at 3%. So if you add all those together, you're looking at a 68% of the total budget. However, there's a lot of little slices of some other pies out there, and that's all local, and that amounts to 32% of our budget. So without our local revenues coming in, this picture would look a lot different. The counselors sitting out here that we've just been talking with all evening would look a little bit different. I think all our schools would look an awful lot different. So it's not like it's lost on you folks. You know how wonderful our community is to be able to give to us those types of funds. So then also on expenditures, our salary and benefits amount to 84% of our overall budget, leaving services at 10%, books and supplies at 4%, and then capital outlay at 2%. So the biggest chunk that we actually have at this time is our 84% of benefits and salaries. We've actually seen this one several times. I've explained it to you several times, so I'm not going to actually bore you with it. I'm just going to hit the highlight of it. And at this point in time, our current reserves are at 19.32%. That is up 1.54% from 17.78% during our June our June budget adoption. With this particular calculation, what we also try to strive for here is the 2% reserve, and that reserve would be approximately $26.9 million, and we're actually at $21.8 million at this point. So we still got a little ways to go. So now let's talk a little bit about other funds that are out there now that we've kind of chunked them all together. So our adult education fund had a little bit of change in it, in that the revenues actually came in $31,218 higher than actually had anticipated, and that was due a large part in local revenues of $25,000. And then if you would look at the total expenditures there, we do have total an increase in total expenditures of $68,118. However, they still have a decent projected ending fund balance, so I'm feeling comfortable there. And then for the Child Development Fund, with that, we have a total revenue change of $147,311 decrease in the particular revenue. A big portion of that, what caused that, is that when we adopted the budget, we had that $200,000 in there. You'll see that inter-fund transfer from Fund 01. That was something that we had placed in there. I think it had been placed in there a year before that because they weren't actually being able to sustain, couldn't sustain the program unless the general fund actually gave a contribution of $200,000. They are doing a fabulous job, and they've done a lot of work at this point in time, and now we've actually pulled that back instead of continuing to show that in there, so that we pushed it back into the general fund. Then with our total expenditures, they've actually decreased their total expenditures by $7,712. I want to remind you, this is as of October 31st, so there's a lot of moving parts that have happened since that point. Then we have the Cafeteria Special Fund, and this is, again, total revenues of a negative $700,000. Reasoning for that is that was something that we had placed in there back at the adopted budget, and that was for that equipment that we've all been having conversations about for some time now. On that $700,000, we've actually decided that it was better to bring that out, take it out of our capital funds, our capital outlay of Fund 40, and therefore we've removed that $700 back out of there, pushed it back into our general fund. And they are still doing very strong, and I'm very proud of that particular budget at this point in time. We do still have a contribution in there of $900,000 on the total revenues portion of it, and that's just been something that we've had ongoing for some time. That is something, obviously, we all know that we're in the process of trying to figure out how to shave that thing down just a little bit. Total expenditures, though, did decrease by almost $200,000 at $199,474. And then we have deferred maintenance fund. There was no changes within that particular fund at this point in time, so there's nothing to report. Our building fund, which is actually Fund 21, which is a roll-up of Measure BB and ES. There is some changes there. As we all know, we're definitely spending down our Measure ES dollars at this point in time. So there was actually a decrease of revenues of $3,000 there, and then we have a total expenditure increase of $71,334 and $71 million, excuse me, we'll get it right sooner or later, $71,334,610. And this is kind of a revolving situation at this point in time, and you're going to see it get even heavier than that real soon. And then your capital facilities fund, no changes there at this point. And then our special reserve for capital outlay, we don't have any changes there at this moment. I'm sure that we'll probably be seeing some come our second interim. Then bond interest and redemption, once again, no change there. And then retire benefit fund for OPEB, and we have no changes there as of October 31st. So now let's talk a little bit about multi-year projections and let's reflect back on that. How did we get to where we're at? So state revenue cost of living increases over the next 3 years. They're looking at, obviously in this year, they had a 3.7% increase for 2018-19. For 19-20, looking at 2.57% increase, and then in 2020-21, a 2.67% COLA. So as that COLA gets bigger and bigger, and we're at basic aid, we're going to start shrinking closer and closer to coming back towards state aid. So we're still sitting on that cusp at this point in time. So I think those numbers are important, even though they don't seem to affect us most times. We don't necessarily get that COLA piece of it. However, as we start kind of etching back towards state aid, that will make the difference. And then the LCF gap funding increase, and you know what, I don't actually have my notes on this. I can't remember. There is actually a bill out there right at this moment that is having conversation about actually going back to gap funding at about 60%. But they don't have a time on it or anything to that effect, so I will be bringing that information to you as we get further information on it. Our student enrollment is slightly declining each year. We're at 10,819 for 2018-19. And then our local revenue for parcel taxes, Proposition Y, GSH, and the City of Santa Monica contribution projections, what we're looking at is for this year a $40.2 million. For 2019-20, we're looking at $40.6 million, and then 42.1 for 2020-21. So with the multi-year projection, we have employee health and welfare increases of 7% and a step and column salary increase of 1.5 for each year. We have the reserve for economic uncertainties at the state level of 3%. And then reserves for future deficit spending, projected property taxes, the increases, and then up to 2 months of the general fund expenditures, and the cost of the supplemental early retirement, which we all know that we're in the process of. We've actually placed those numbers in there, and for a reason, because we want you to kind of see what that is now that you've put that out there and saying that we're going to have, that we possibly are going to offer this SERP. So we'll talk about that here in a moment. And so what this doesn't actually include in our multi-years is we don't include potential salary schedules changes as of a result of negotiations with SMMCTA and SEIU and SMASA. So like I said, we've changed the format just a little bit. We tried something a little bit different last time, so we're just going to keep going until we find the right combination, but I think this might actually be a little bit better combination for you. As you look at this particular slide, you'll see up at the top over the columns we have A, B, and C. That represents each of the fiscal years. Within, on the side, we have numbered it so that it makes it a little bit easier as we're having conversations, so that I can kind of guide you to where we're at, since you all sit up there and can't necessarily see that, and for me to point out it doesn't make a lot of sense for you. But in 8A, B, and C, that's the LCF, the subtotal for LCFF funding. And as you can see, that actually increases over the 3-year period of time. Let me pop you back up to A, B, C, and, well, 1, where property taxes up there at the beginning. You'll see that property taxes are at 90,000, or 90.9 and 94.8 million and 98.8 million. We've had that as a slight increase of 5% over each year. I have a lot of questions about the situation that happened with us and our fires in Malibu and the properties that we've lost and what have you, as to whether or not that's going to affect this particular piece. I've had conversations with folks out there that are experts within the field, and they say it's a little bit too soon for us to actually know the answer to that right at this moment. However, I'm sure it will make some type of an impact, but because of the size of our district and the amount that we actually lost in Malibu, it may not make that big of a difference. But I know that other districts, what they actually have done, instead of putting that 4% or that 5% increase year after year, what they've done for like the first year, the first year out and the second year out, is they've actually maybe decreased it by 4%. So I've got more information coming. We'll know more probably in January where that might lie. As the county assessor's office actually makes that determination as well. I'll try to keep you updated as much as I actually know about that. And so hopefully it's not that much of a negative effect, but at the same time, we want to be prudent in how we're actually looking at these particular funds at this point in time. So drop your eye all the way to line 24 at the bottom where it says total revenue, and then go across A, B, and C for all the 3 years. And once again, we have an increase, and obviously whenever you see that, that's a total increase on every type of a fund that we have coming into the district. One of the things that we are understanding is that the city of Santa Monica is still looking at their parcel tax, no, excuse me, their tax piece, and they're still saying that they're thinking it's going to come in a little bit lower for 2018-19 than what it has been over the past, even though last year we actually went ahead and took that drop, and then their sales tax actually came in higher than we had anticipated it to, or they had anticipated it to. We just enjoyed that slight uptick of those dollars. We're continuing to listen to what they're saying, and we're continuing to actually do our budget based on that. And then to continue our multi-year projections, this is the expenditure side of it. I want to call your attention to lines 29 and 30 through probably 36. As you can see, as you go over throughout the 3 years, that there's always becoming this increase in STRS and PERS and all of the other pieces, health and welfare and what have you. So we've actually built that all the way into the budget at this point. So that that ends up costing us, as we remember back in one slide, I said it was 84%. All of our salaries and benefits is at 84% of our budget. And so therefore, down on line 47, you'll notice that the total expenditures are actually growing over a period of time. So we're at 122.5 million for this year. 122.4 million, actually that's somewhat of a decrease, and then 126 million over in 2020-21. So another portion of the multi-year projections, at this point, we're always trying to find out whether or not we have a surplus or do we have a deficit at this point in time. At this point, we are showing a deficit of $2.5 million for the 18-19 year. And in 19-20, we're looking at just slightly over $1 million. So we're not completely out of touch with ourselves, but we do still have some work to do to get us to where we need to go. This is only a projection, but in 2021, we're looking at an actual surplus of $116,000. I know that we've got a lot of work that we're going to be doing, and hopefully we can get ourselves into a better state of mind. And then all of the pieces where you're looking at 50 through 60, that is actually everything that sits in the ending fund balance. And we do have unappropriated balances down there on line 60 of $3.4 million for this fiscal year, and for 1920 at $4.4 million, and then at 2021 at $4.5 million. So we've started putting this in just recently, and hopefully it's not too old of data, but we went ahead and updated our data. We won't be able to get a new chart like this until in the spring, so we'll be bringing this information back to you. But I thought it was really important for you to actually see that on the bottom line there, that it shows that we're at 19.32% of our reserves, and that's an increase of 2.4%, 40% of what we've been in the past, or just back in June. We are comparing ourselves to the unified school districts, obviously at 16.64%, and that was data as of 2016-17, so I know that new data is actually being collected at this point in time. So I'd like to say that, and I'm very proud of the fact that we are actually certifying this budget as positive for the first interim, and then the district will be able to meet our obligations for this year and the next 2 years out. Our next steps will actually be to receive board direction on district budget, to approve the 2018-19 first interim, and then our audit firm will be presenting for on January the 17th, 2018, our final audit report for 2017-18. And that's it.
Thank you, Melody.
Sure.
Other questions? Yes, Ralph.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
My one question, and it goes into this: are we in or are we out of our status? So if you go to the multi-year projection, and
Which,
it kind of
do
shows
you want on revenues?
Yeah, and it shows on one of the other documents you gave us a little bit.
Yes.
But just for clarification, I hope. Because on the other sheet it shows an LCFF entitlement of roughly 92 million and local property taxes of 90 million. So that in itself then isn't the total picture of what you're looking at to determine if one's a revenue district or basic aid.
Whether or not we're basic aid or state aid?
Right. And so I guess we're entitled to the education protection account monies,
EPA, yes.
which is 2 million, and we are entitled to the extra funding from minimum state aid, the 8.5 million,
right?
Regardless of our status.
Correct.
So that's what's
that's like our minimum. That's like our threshold.
We're going to get that even if we're considered
basic aid or what have you.
State aid.
It's actually within that calculation of that document that you're actually stating, and I apologize because I didn't put that together as a slide.
Right, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's actually within that calculation, and so it shows where that piece actually fits within our LCFF calculation.
With our whatever minimum aid isn't just the property tax; it's that.
Property tax is what actually throws us over the top.
We're entitled to certain monies.
Correct.
Regardless if we're state aid or minimum aid.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're learning that we're not actually eligible for ERAF funds that actually come out of property tax. And with property taxes, we're told by the county office, we're told by the county assessor's office that what our actual property taxes are going to be. They do a calculation and they look at all those pieces and everything, and this is kind of a conversation we'll have definitely for next month. But one of the things that they're saying is now that we're in basic aid, we're not actually entitled to ERAF.
And are they in this?
It is not within this.
They're not within.
Those calculations are not within this, but they
Okay.
were in our 2017-18 calculations, and within our 17-18, that is something that we're actually looking at as of tomorrow morning, quite honestly. We're jumping on it with some other experts out there that are going to try to help us with that, because we're kind of unique in the state of California right at this moment, because we're kind of like on a seesaw when it comes to our basic aid and being state aid. And one of the problems with that is that we're not basic aid to the point where we're just well deep into it, you know, but we're always at that place right at this moment where we could slip back to state aid. And so those are pieces that we're going to try to get some clarification on.
Which is why you're saying if the COLA increases and property tax revenues don't increase, let's say, and there's some other changes that we could
slip right back
we
to
could slip
state
right
aid.
back to the other
And
way.
I believe, I don't have that document in front of me, but I believe, is it 126,000?
Yes.
Yeah, so we were at 1.6 million that brought us into basic aid at 2017-18. That was that number that had those brackets around it, remember, that was in red? Now we're at, I believe it's 120, little over 126,000 just bringing us into basic aid. So that kind of tells you how volatile it is right at this moment of moving those pieces around. Now that's obviously based on the projections that we have. We don't know, obviously, what things are going to happen as one-times that might come in as property taxes or what have you, like what happened to us last year as well.
And will the audit, do we know from 17-18, is that all, is set in stone and that's what you're dealing with tomorrow? Or is the audit going to?
The auditors are actually done with the report at this point, and we'll be bringing that to you on the 17th of January to have that conversation. And I think there's going to be some deeper conversation about things that we've learned about ERAF and what have you at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, thank you, because I know it makes it just more complicated because of sort of being in this.
Yeah, we're on that seesaw, teeter-totter.
So we've got to look at things
Yeah.
in two different ways.
Absolutely.
To understand where we are, and I certainly feel comfortable in.
And what I'm trying to do
in moving this forward, which I know is something we have to do.
What I'm trying to do is actually get a true ruling. Is there some type of a range when you go into basic aid, and where do you go? LACO hasn't actually been able to help us, quite honestly, with that. We only have one other basic aid district in the county of LA at this point, and that happens to be Beverly Hills, and they're well into their basic aid status. So I'm actually reaching out for experts to be able to help us be able to decipher that a little bit. And so those are definitely conversations we're going to be having in the real near future. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ralph. Did I hear that as a motion, Ralph?
Happy to make a motion to approve.
Okay, and is this a second, Lori? And then John for a question.
Just real quickly.
Absolutely.
We were presented a technology report a couple months ago that had projections of future expenditures over the next, Dr. Moore, how many years did we project out? 7 years, 8 years? We had a lot of 5 years. 5 years. This budget doesn't reflect those numbers.
No, it does not.
So at a certain point, we as a board, if we're going to sign off on this technology plan, that'll have to be reflected in the budget and will have a negative impact on our reserves. So I just think down the road, I'm fine with this as presented as well, but future budgets will have to reflect this a little more accurately.
Not out of the GS.
Right now, there's a $2 million number for this year and then a $1 million for the next 2 years, and we know that those numbers are short. So if we're going to commit to this technology plan, we're going to have to start targeting that money over the next 2 years. So it's just another little remember this thing.
Absolutely. So if you look at actually line 43, you'll see that there in column A, B, and C. So in column A, we have that as $2 million for this fiscal year. For the next 2 fiscal years out, we only have it budgeted at $1 million. And I know that there was a presentation, however, I think it was information only, and so we haven't really discussed actually putting all those pieces together, so that is definitely something we're gonna have to work on.
Thank you, John. Craig.
So on the question of things we should
incorporate or know better. We've been having this basic aid conversation long before you got
I'm
here.
sure.
It's time we were good at this. We know it. And there's pieces to it. The first thing is knowing all the rules, which are super obscure. And I think you're going to talk to Shin Green, who's helping us in other ways, who seems to be an expert. And I know you're working with school services. So the core basic aid piece is really important. The other piece is understanding assessed value, because assessed value is what drives basic aid.
Correct.
And I would suggest, and I know we've already given the FOC charges, but that would be, I think, a really good group to get their head around. It's not a super high level thing, right? It's one number a year for a number of years. You can look at the back data. So I think we can do, if not our own internal projections of assessed value, we can certainly get a handle on what is likely to happen with that. Because, for example, assessed value is likely to exceed the COLA year on year. And another really cool thing about assessed value is over the last 20 years, it's never dropped. It's never been down, I forget, more than 3 years in a row or something. So while the floor falls out of state funding, the floor does not fall out of assessed value, because assessed value is based on liquidated prices, not market value. And when the market goes to heck, nobody sells anything, so assessed value mostly stays constant. So so we need to get a better handle on, because people make basic aid really scary. Oh, you're dependent on property values. You're not really. You're dependent on a ratcheting of property values. So it is time, and again, no reflection on you, just it is time for us to be good at this.
Absolutely.
And to make good, solid projections. And I think the FOC, in a matter of a few months of looking at it, could give us a nice report, or however you want to do it. But it's simpler than we're making it out to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. How does the board feel about that being direction to staff?
I think I would put the direction at her staff. Melody and Gerard are thinking about whether that's an FOC thing or they want, I don't know, school services or whoever to do that.
I think we could actually.
I agree with Craig's overall point. Whoever does it, I think it's really important.
Does that seem great? Thank you. So are there other persons, or this is a roll call vote? It was moved by Ralph, seconded by Lori. Anybody else like to comment on the presentation? Mr. Mescher?
Yes.
Ms. Leon Vasquez?
Yes.
Ms. Lieberman?
Yes.
Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre? Mr. King?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That's a unanimous vote in favor of the interim report. Thank you, Melody. Thank you very much. Friends, that takes us back now to communications and to our SMMCTA update. Miss Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to say we're getting new chairs because these are all broken. So I'm really excited about that, although that's not the basis of my report. I really want to take a few minutes to thank the communities of Santa Monica and Malibu for their coming together in the way that they did, from teachers volunteering at Olympic by the next day to give relief for parents who needed to drop off their kids, be they regular ed or special ed, and we were there, and we were there instantly, and our support was not ending. Whether it was the Friendsgiving that was given for 450 people in 4 days' time, or the kind of support that we've been giving in Malibu, both emotionally and in terms of time and effort, and giving teachers time to get it together and get back. I really want to be very, very thankful of all of that. The community has really come together. Retail, everybody came together and is doing everything they can. And we're very, very happy about that. We do want to remember our flooded teachers at JAMS need the same kind of support that they're getting elsewhere. So I would like to ask that we give an extra special boost of help, both also emotionally, because it's a big mess. Our SERP seems to be going very well, so that should be a big savings in money over the next few years. So that should help our next interim budget, hopefully, if that all goes through, which it looks like it will. I'm very excited and thankful also for the counselor's presentation, as I'm sure I will be for the early childhood education, but I won't get to talk after that. So, I'm very interested also, like some of you are, in the career technical educational piece. I believe that's our weakest piece at this point in terms of where we are with high schools, and I would really like to see us pick up the pace on that, because I think it's something that many of our students really, really need, and we should be able to give those services to them. So I want to thank everybody for that, and that's my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Friends, and that brings us to the superintendent's report.
I'll abbreviate mine since I know we're running a little bit behind. But the main thing I want to talk about is just, I mean, after a long 4 weeks, we have all the Malibu schools as of Wednesday open for start. So, so yeah, it was comforting to hear Mrs. Ashfar's report as it from a student perspective. And obviously, a lot of work went into supporting the Malibu schools. I thank the people of Malibu for their patience. I know it's a trying time for them. And as I maintained, I think Mrs. Asfar's report suggested that coming together is a healing. So the quicker we got the people together, back in the routines, the better I think they'll start the healing process. There are still some things that we're working on, some questions we have to answer to some families that are concerned about outside air and how we're going to address the cleanup efforts. And so we're going to continue to work very closely with parent groups to explain what we're doing and try to communicate as best we can. But I do support. I want to thank all the staff for working tirelessly, trying to meet the needs of the families, and then also thank the families for their patience, and let's we got 8 more days, 6 more days, and I think them be and then we go back on a break again, and we'll be watching out for how we address with the rain and the rain and all those things. I know those will come during those 2 weeks, so we'll be ready to respond to those. But that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Dradi. I think on behalf of the entire board, we want to thank you and your staff and the emergency team that you had together. I mean, the work that you did with your team is most incredible. Thank you very much. Colleagues, that now brings us to the consent calendar. I'm going to recuse myself from 8B1 and 8A1, so I would ask that we pull those 2 items, and I'm recusing myself because there are 4 items related to Santa Monica College. Are there any other persons? Ralph?
Yes, for 8B6, 8C4, and 8C6. Some of them are just comments.
8B6, 8C4, and 8C6.
I think C4 and 6 are more, I think, comments. B6, I don't know if you want to do that separate. I just have some questions that may be more involved on that.
Why don't we, if it's okay, let's pull what we want to talk about, then we'll vote on what's solid there, and we'll go. Is there anything else to be pulled? Oscar?
One on the purchase orders, 192383 Atkinson Anderson Lawyer Law Firm.
Oscar, would you be? I was going to pull the entire 8B1. Do you want to just pull it?
Yeah, that's fine.
We have enough people to vote.
Well, here's the situation. I have a reimbursement check for the board dinner we had. I'm going to vote on that check. I just want to make it known that I'm voting on that check. There's nothing against me doing that. I've been avoiding it, but I'll vote for 8B1 when it comes up.
Okay, we're good. We have enough to vote to pass. Okay, what have you got? So wait, let me first ask. I think Oscar was telling me a number, and
the law firm of Atkinson Anderson Lawyer, 192383 is the purchase order.
192.
192 383.
Thank you, Oscar.
Yeah,
Okay,
and they
got
usually
that.
make a small contribution to the organization I work for, but I mean, I still want to recuse myself.
Yes,
just to-
of course. Mr. Foster?
Yeah, and see, if we do all of 8B1, I'm out too.
So we're gonna-
Actually, no. Well, no, we have to pull my item because I'm going to vote, or on my numbers, because I'm going to vote no on that.
Gotcha,
so
gotcha.
That's also, you guys need to do whatever you're going to do. So 8B1, 192, 303, and
You gotta be a little
190
slower for me, my friend.
Sorry,
Well, I have to-
I was going fast because I know Sarah's right there.
8B.
192.
Yes, sir.
303.
Yes.
192, 507.
Thank
both
you.
for Pillsbury.
And that's under
8B1.
Thank you very much.
And also 8D4 is my absence, and I don't know if I need to recuse on that or
No,
not.
I don't
think
believe you
probably
do.
don't. So
Not for that.
Okay, fine.
All right. What I did for Maria for what I
The
was going
Broad
to do.
Stage? The Broad
Yes.
Stage?
I was
Is
going to
that
pull
the
just, well, I'm
independent
just going to vote,
contractor?
I'm going to abstain fully on 8A1 and 8B1, anything on those items.
Oh, okay.
Well, can you vote yes on it, but abstain on the item, on the specific purchase order?
So the way that item is run, the way the computer generates it, it's not, it doesn't really work out.
Well, but is that, I mean, in terms of how you operate with it, which may be different than the issues of they're not voting on it?
So I just have to pull that item, B1, if you're gonna recuse, it's on the whole item. It's not an individual.
But he can still vote no on that, noting, qualifying your no vote, and that still goes to where we would still have 3-1. It would still pass. There's 4 members voting, correct?
No. We have to have
No.
4 board members.
It's got to
No.
be 4.
But Sarah, that's your, just the functionality of it, but is that different than, why aren't they allowed to say, I'm not
Yeah.
supporting?
The actual, that PDF that's attached, the way that system is done, we can't like go back and say, this person voted, it's just a list. And when it gets generated again, it gets generated on a new.
I mean, in the minutes, can't you just note it in the minutes? Because it's not like, I would imagine it's not, these things are all gonna pass.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if it's disclosed in the minutes, we'll be okay.
If something doesn't pass, we'll have to talk about it, but.
So you guys would vote yes on the item, but
No, they're gonna do what we do. We're gonna vote on it separately.
Yeah. We're going to pull it out. The one item. What we're going to do is I'm going to, so also, yes. So that's
we
okay. So
have-
what I would ask you to do is I'm going to run this, and then if you could just record how I run it in the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have done this before,
We have.
because
it's always recorded that people, it's really just recusing from the item. But there's always been 4 people voting, so it's been okay.
Oh, got it.
Lori isn't here, so. we might
This is
not
going to
have
be
four
okay.
people.
It's going to be okay. So what we're going to first do, what we're going to,
8A1.
is it in our interest? Are you wanting to go through the items first? That's what we should do because we've pulled out so many things. Let's first look to item 8A1, which is approval of independent contractors. Is there a motion to approve that? Moved by Ralph, seconded by Craig. So this is 8A1, approval of independent contractors. Mr. Metcher?
Yes.
Ms. Leon Vasquez?
I recuse myself.
Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre? Yes. Mr. Keene?
Yes.
And I'm an abstention. All right, so it's a 4 and 2 abstentions. So that was 8A1. So now we have one particular piece, which is 8B1, which was number 192,383. And Oscar's asked to pull that, and he is planning to not vote. Is there a motion on 8B1, 192,383? Moved by Ralph, seconded by Craig. Mr. Metcher?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Leon Vasquez, Mr.
Yes.
Foster, Mr. De La Torre, Mr. Keene,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So that's 1 abstention and 5 yays. Thank you for that. Now we're going to look at 8B1, 8B192303, and 192507. Those are both related to Pillsbury, pulled by Mr. Foster. Is there a motion to approve those 2 items? Moved by Ralph, seconded by Maria. Mr. Metcher?
Yes.
Ms. Leon Vasquez?
Yes.
Mr. Foster?
No.
Mr. De La Torre? No. Mr. Keene?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and 2 noes on those items. This now brings us to just 8B6, 8B6, which, was that a question, Mr. Metcher, on 8B6? No, I know, I just want to, because I'm thinking if we could do the whole thing. If he has a question here, then we could just do, we'll see.
I have some comments on that item.
Can we take the comments now? Because then I
Sure.
think we can take the, oh, excuse me, that's 8B6.
Sure.
Forgive me. Let's,
So-
I'm gonna hold you, I'm sorry, Mr. Metcher. Now can we look to 8B1 for what remains? What remains 8B1, having noted that we took out 3 different items, 1 for Mr. De La Torre, 2 for Mr. Foster. Is there a motion to approve 8B1 remaining items?
Yes.
Moved by Mr. Metcher, seconded by Mr. Foster. Mr. Metcher?
Yes.
Ms. Leon Vasquez?
Abstention.
Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre? Yes. Mr. Keene?
Yes.
I'm also abstaining, so it's 2 abstentions and 4 yes votes. That now brings us to Mr. means 8B6. Mr. Metcher, Ralph.
So this item, it pertains to what Mr. Keene was comments relative to the budget and technology. So this is a purchase of HP Chromebooks for digital learning, and it's $1.077 million. And I assume this is related to the program to start purchasing. I think it was grades 7, 9, and 11. My request would be that the breadth of this program, come back. We had a presentation in September 6th, and there were questions raised by board members. I think the minutes say that staff responded to questions from board members. My sense is that there were questions that staff didn't have complete answers for, that we asked to come back, and now we're being asked to start approving monies for purchases. And I assume this is for Chromebooks for students that they would then have to take with them, right? Take home, do whatever. And I think there were some significant questions about how they're loaded, what this entire process is for ownership of handheld devices for our students as we roll out this program. It was maintenance, it was IT support, it was ensuring that students in their homes or nearby had access. These are significant sums of money. We certainly don't want to end up how LA ended up, is purchasing computers to give to kids and having the program not be fully successful. So I'm happy to support this, to start this to get rolling, but it needs to come back to us with really for us to fully understand, at least for me. It may only be me, but I don't fully understand. I'm not comfortable with how we're addressing sort of all the issues that are raised by this program.
Thank you, Ralph. But you're okay today with it going forward, or would you like us to pull and vote separately? Okay. Maria, you were affirming. You're okay, though, with it staying with the larger package of what remains in the consent? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ralph, could you address 8C4 and 8C6, please?
Sure. So for 8C4, I guess it's sort of a comment. This is just to pick up, Steve, just once you come in, it's out of the entire air conditioning program. This is just one room, correct?
This is one room from the planned work at San
and it's being done separately is there a particular reason why it's?
The scope of this room is, the type of work the system is putting in is different than the other work we're looking at. Thank you. Sorry. The scope of this is different than the type of systems that we're putting elsewhere on campus. So it made sense to break it out, and it's an expeditious way to do it on a contract that's this small.
Okay. And my which is fine. I think the follow-up is we had a discussion, I guess several months ago, about several rooms, art rooms, the photo room,
right.
Which was 85 degrees without a heat wave, and so, the art rooms, and where are they included if they are in being air conditioned?
So in addition to this, we bid out 2 separate contracts at Samo High, one of which is also on the agenda for tonight, which was, I think, Barnum, Music Building, and Administration. The other was much larger and included the work you're referencing in the other art rooms and so forth. We weren't ready to bring that forward tonight. It was significantly more than anticipated based on our estimates. So we've held off on that, both to analyze it a little more, but also to bring it back to the board when we have the discussion about planned and deferred projects. So which would probably be our January meeting. If not, it would be the first February meeting.
Okay, great. And then for 8C6, which yay is for the solar project. It's been a long time for that coming, and there was Jams, which had a whole canopy designed at the front to have a photovoltaic system on it. We're now being told that that's not a good thing to do, and so what's the reasoning there?
I think what our solar consultants told us is that at Jams, the system that could be installed there actually has a negative return on investment. In other words, their point was it's not fiscally responsible to go forward with that because you're going to spend more money on it than you would ever recover from it. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be solar installed there at some point, but the system that we could install right now wasn't suitable.
Okay, so I'm not sure that I guess maybe we'll take another look at it because I'm not sure that our directive was that every system has to have a positive ROI at some point.
Probably wasn't. This one was extremely negative.
Okay.
The other two, Edison and Samo High weren't spectacular, but were certainly worth bringing forward. But absolutely, we can talk more about that, and we can always bring Jams back at another time.
At least one of my goals, was as we're
to offset
installing
HVAC.
Air conditioning is to offset that increased energy usage.
Certainly, and I think it would probably be worthwhile for us to discuss this in facility subcommittee, and then if we'd like to, at the full board, we can do that as well.
Okay, and then, as we bring these systems out, is for us to, and the committee understand, like if what we're putting at Edison, how much of let's say the air conditioning or the total usage
is offset by
of the school are we offsetting by installing these systems?
We can definitely get that.
And I know when we look at the sustainability plan, we'll probably look at some of that. And
okay. They may have given us some of that analysis, but I don't know that we have it completely yet. So
great.
But we certainly will bring that
forward. Or
wonderful.
Give it to us in a Friday memo or something.
Okay. Thank you.
For us energy nerds.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you, Ralph.
And so that will leave us, friends, with the remaining items. And is there a motion for the remaining items of our consent agenda? Moved by Craig, seconded by Ralph.
Did you have one to pull?
We pulled many items, so, okay. So, Ralph?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
I'm just going to abstain since I'm not clear on where we are.
Thank you. Craig?
Yes.
Oscar? John?
Yes.
I'm also yes, so that's 6 yeses with 1 abstention. And I want to say thank you to you, Miss Sarah, because I know that was a rough and tumble, and I think that what we determined is that it's best just that the minutes are clearly read or state the items where individual board members were saying they were choosing to pull themselves out. So I understand you probably have other things that you will do with that system. But if we could, thank you. Even if you maybe just add a little note in a paragraph. Thank you, appreciate that. That now brings us to general public comments, and John tells me we have one.
We have one general public comment. Before I read the instructions, I will just ask if Y Frey is in. Okay, then I'll read my thing. Public comments is the time when members of, let me just say my thing first, thank you. When members of the audience may address the Board of Education on items not scheduled on the meeting's agenda. Pursuant to the Brown Act, board members may not engage in discussion of issues raised during public comments, except to ask clarifying questions, make a brief announcement, make a brief report on his or her own activities, or refer the matter to staff. Public speaking section shall be limited to 30 minutes. Speakers who have submitted a public speaking card prior to the beginning will have 3 minutes to speak. Finally, speakers and members of the audience are asked to refrain from expressions of support or disagreement that would intimidate other speakers or disrupt the meeting. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you're comfortable speaking at the microphone, that it would be wonderful if you could direct us from so we could hear you better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I have a pretty loud voice. Oh, thank you. I have a picture that I need to show the board, just so I can tell you who I am. I'm a crossing guard. I'm one of your 42 elite crossing guards with the police department, and I love my job, and I grew up here in Santa Monica. As a matter of fact, standing right where we are right now was Olympic High School, and I graduated from there in 1976. I have a master's degree in education. I choose the crosswalk as my classroom right now, but I have taught.
Speak into the mic, please.
There's a picture circulating at the board, if you could take a look at it and tell me what's wrong with it. I float. I go to 9 different schools here in Santa Monica. If anyone can tell me what's wrong with that picture, I would love that.
I don't even know what school.
Why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
Oh, what school is that?
That's Roosevelt. This morning.
Roosevelt, no.
Actually, that picture was taken at 1:02. I have another picture taken at 9 o'clock. And I'm sorry to take pictures in front of schools, and please don't get me fired for this particular thing. If anyone can tell me what's wrong with that picture, I would appreciate it. No, it's a little bigger than that, than a fence. I came on Monday to the superintendent's office in my crossing guard after my shift, and I asked about who's in charge of raising the flag at our schools? Because that flag wasn't up today.
Oh, there hasn't been the flag.
And my point is, I'll try and make it really quick, okay? My point is that kids aren't involved, just like Aiden, and I stayed for this whole meeting today. You know, I know more about education than I did getting my master's degree, actually, today. But kids have a voice. But how do you expect them to vote if they don't have a voice, if they don't know? If their brother, who's 20 years old, is in Afghanistan right now and gets hit by an IED, and the 2 Marines come to his door in the morning, the next day, with a letter from the State Department and a flag. The flag is folded 13 times for 2 different reasons. I have 2 students at Will Rogers researching why. I just want to know, when I approached the maintenance department at another school, named to remain anonymous, school to remain anonymous, about the flag, I was directed to the office to go speak with the maintenance man. So I did. And the maintenance man said, I don't think kids are interested in that these days. Well, how can you get them not interested? That's elementary school. How do they know about patriotism and not patriotism if the flag isn't even up on a state and federal building?
So I
I'm
thank you.
upset about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we appreciate your comment. Unfortunately, we do have time constraints. I wonder
So
if we
that's
we can direct staff to maybe look into the policies that we have. I know for that particular school, from being there, it's usually the office staff that puts the flag up. It could be what happened today, but
I was told it
we'll
was
look
up to
into
the
that.
principals individually.
So we'll direct staff to look into that. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. Dr. Drotti said that he'll look into that. So friends, that now brings us to our discussion item 10A, Early Learning Options in Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. Dr. Drotti? Turn it over.
At this time, okay. Mrs. Powell will do the honor. Dr. Powell.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Andrade, and everyone who has stuck with us tonight. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I will do my best to be as brief as possible. Given how excited and passionate we are about early learning, I'm going to do my best to make sure we get our message together and make sure that we work together to determine how we can best support our students moving forward. I'm here tonight to share with you an update, but also an ask to help us determine how we would like to move ourselves forward as a district to provide the best programming that is the most accessible and available to the most amount of students with the most amount of efficiency. So really we're talking about, for ourselves in early learning, how are we providing programs that help us prepare our students, not only to be students with us, but to move beyond Santa Monica Malibu Unified. It starts with us in early learning. So I've shared with you every time we've been together, I've shared with you the vision that we have for our school district with early learning. And I'm going to just kind of briefly go through this as well as the next slide, just to remind ourselves that early learning is a pathway for us and that there is an expectation that we will be vertically aligned. That is my expectation and that of my staff, to make sure that we are doing our work beginning at the earliest levels to support our students so that when they do enter our elementary schools, that they are ready to be students in that endeavor. You can see the vision in another format, and that would be that you can see within and among our different levels that our students have the opportunity to have teachers who are working together. That is our goal every day, is that we have that communication capacity together. And what's amazing about that for me is that we have two ways in which we are supported, and that is by our staff, who are our early learning team members who voluntarily spend their time working together each month, preschool, TK, and kindergarten teachers, as well as administrators talking about how we make sure our alignment takes place together. In addition to which, we have our Early Learning District Advisory Committee, and I am so honored because 3 of our members are here tonight. I want to thank Raven Kraus, Ben Sweat, and Layla Taslimi, who have joined us this evening. Our DAC, I find it to be both fun and informational, and they've been an amazing part of our group, and I want to thank, Layla's not a part of our DAC, I'm so sorry, I'm always with Layla, and so I feel like Layla's a part of our early learning task force, early childhood task force. Sorry, Layla, but you're just with us so much, I feel like you're part of our team. So I will go back briefly. You have all actually seen these multiple times at this point, our DAC charges. And I bring them up in this presentation so that you are once again sharing with, we are once again sharing with you who we believe we should be serving, and that the DAC feels the same as well, that we should be serving all children who are in Santa Monica, Malibu, so that they can move through our school systems with as much success as possible, that their foundations are set, and that we are going to try and figure out the items that are impeding their success, the challenges that are there, so that we can ameliorate those and move our students forward with success. In addition to which, as actually Dr. Andrade was mentioning earlier, data. Data is what we want to be able to collect and share so that we can see how we're doing, when we're doing well to continue, and when there are challenges, what we do to change those challenges, to change the work that we're doing so that those challenges are no longer there. This slide shows for you our preschool trends over time, and this is something people have asked us as a general rule. And so I bring to you today the information that shares with you a 5-year trend, if you will. I've not gone back further than that, but I wanted to kind of give you just a focus for what we were talking about. And so we've gone back to the 14-15 school year through now. The blue bar represents a total enrollment, and those are students who are Head Start, they are state subsidized, they are full fee, they are Santa Monica, they are non-Santa Monica, they are all of our students. And you can see that actually at the 15-16 school year, we have a line that divides. That is the years previous to that had a program known as LA Up, and that was funded through First 5 LA. And that was a program that regardless of your income level or regardless of where you lived in Santa Monica, you paid a fairly small price for a preschool program. And that was afforded to everyone. When some of the funding had to go away, LA Up could no longer do that, and so those classrooms actually throughout the state, were actually no longer in existence. And so that's where a little bit of a drop in our enrollment goes. And then you can see that the green bar is our Santa Monica Malibu students who are enrolled. With the percentage that's attached there, that shows you the amount of students who are Santa Monica Malibu residents relative to our full enrollment of preschool. So for example, in the 14-15 school year, 61% of the total enrollment were students who lived in Santa Monica Malibu residence zones. This year, 67% of those students are Santa Monica Malibu residents. And that is important to note as we have a somewhat consistent trend, slight uptick every year of students who are in our residence areas who are attending our preschools. I pull out Head Start specifically because, as I have shared with you, we actually have been from LACO, who was our grant, we have actually been given an invitation, which is a somewhat of an expectation, and a plan for this year and for future years. And so I'm going to share that with you again briefly tonight because I'm going to ask for your direction with regards to how we would like to move ourselves and our early learning programs forward. But another question that is often asked of us is, for children who qualify for Head Start, and as you know, those are families who meet the federal poverty guidelines, how many of those children are also Santa Monica Malibu residents? So again, I've given you a 5-year period, and as you can see, our enrollment trends have actually dropped in Head Start over time. And that's not due to staffing issues, and that's not due to our programmatic decisions. That's actually specifically related to how many students qualify. There is a qualification level financially that families have to meet in order to be qualified for Head Start. And we've had a drop from actually Janice Onami, whom all of you know as our consultant, who was one of our former Head Start coordinators. When she first started here and the program was just in its infancy, we had almost 293, almost 300 students who qualified for Head Start. This year, we had 132 slots, but as of today, we've only filled 119 of those slots for students who qualify for Head Start. The gray bar shows you students, however, who are in Santa Monica Malibu. They are residents of Santa Monica Malibu who are also Head Start qualified. So as you can see, that number has actually remained pretty steady. Between 65 and 75 of our students who are in our Head Start programs qualify for Head Start services. That means they meet that federal poverty guideline. So I do show you a slight funding trends over time. This isn't necessarily a big in-depth regards with regards to funding, but it does. I would like to share with you, as you can see in the top left is the beginning of the 14-15, it's our beginning of our 5-year trend, and then the bottom is our 18-19. The blue shows you our Head Start and subsidized families, which does continue to be our largest amount of families who qualify. The gray in the top left has now disappeared on the right because those were families who were LA Up members or participated in LA Up. And the green actually shows you our families who pay full fee. So the reason I share this with you is, just as you could see with our enrollment trends for Head Start had diminished over time, our families who are able to afford our full fees have actually increased over time, which also speaks to the experiences of families living in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District areas. What I would like to say is Head Start actually is amazing. What I've seen in my last year and 4 months that I've been here is how much Head Start does. There are amazing opportunities for children in Head Start. You've seen this before, and our DAC members have actually had a lot of discussions over this. We place our Head Start student in the middle, and if you are qualified for Head Start, you receive services that wrap around you. I will briefly share that you have a mental health support of some sort. You have counselors who are there to support you and your families with mental health support. There are disability services that are provided. If you are a student who qualifies for Head Start and you need support in special education, that will be found. There is a nutritionist who comes who provides counseling, not so much about what's on the menu for today, but rather what are the indicators for our families when we have children who are obese or children who have hemoglobin issues, which I never knew about prior to walking into this job. So a nutritionist is there. There's academic support, which is obviously one of our largest areas for us. Is we have, not only do we have an assistant director and teachers, assistant teachers, we have TOSAs who come in to support academic work in the classroom. The expectation for Head Start, which is amazing, is that there is family and community engagement. So we have bilingual community liaisons who serve as connectors for those families to provide them support as they consider their goal setting for themselves. And then finally, there's health services. So our nurse actually covers health services, mental health services, and disability services, in addition to nutrition counseling. She actually oversees all of those, but we have different areas of need and actually different regulations that go along with each of those areas. And you can see that at the bottom there are administrative costs that go along with the program. When I was thinking about Head Start and I was thinking about what it does for us, I was trying to also think about what does Santa Monica Malibu do for us. And so this chart actually shows services in Santa Monica Malibu that have and can be in place. So that mental health support, what's amazing about Santa Monica Malibu is the many discussions we've had over St. John's with the Preschool Wellness Project. And that is that every child in any preschool in Santa Monica Malibu gets an opportunity to have connections with a mental health counselor thanks to our grant with St. John's. Disability services is within our special education department. So actually one of our members shared that it's not about disability services, it's about providing support for children who have need. And so we have a school district special education department which will work with us in that area. I'm gonna skip the vertical alignment because I'm gonna come back to that. Academic support. With Santa Monica Malibu at the forefront with Seaside, our Seaside programs, and the opportunity to run programs as we believe they should be run. We've been able to have a Reggio-inspired, a STEAM-enhanced, an inquiry-based experience for our children in early learning, which is what we know our school district is really working hard towards for children as they move through the system. In addition to which, with Santa Monica Malibu, we would still very much want our bilingual community liaisons to be supports for our families. We want family and community engagement, and as you know, in our schools, we actually have bilingual community liaisons who serve in those roles. So we know that that can be done through Santa Monica Malibu. And then we also have our health services. If we think about Santa Monica Malibu, we wouldn't necessarily have a nutritionist that would be coming specifically for our students, but our nurse supports with health services. She actually does the bulk of that work anyway. She would be someone in Santa Monica Malibu as a school nurse being able to support students at every level. And then for me, one of the biggest things is vertical alignment support. If we're able to go with Santa Monica Malibu, with a program in Santa Monica Malibu, we can continue the work we've been doing with our vertical alignment expectations. That preschool, TK, and kindergarten teachers are speaking regularly, working together to provide continuity so children moving through our system have an opportunity to work together, learn from one another, and be prepared for school. In my mind, that preschool student sitting in that purple is open to so many more students than one who is qualified for just Head Start. So I'm trying to think now about ways in which we can provide supports to our students without necessarily having Head Start at our in our roles in our school district. And the reason I think about that is because we have some expectations that are coming our way from LACO, and LACO is our grantee. Their expectation actually for this year, and this was something that happened somewhat abruptly, was that because we have been under-enrolled, that they are asking us to take on Early Head Start. And Early Head Start serves children 0 to 2 years, 11 months, where Head Start takes 3 and 4-year-olds. And so what they've asked us to do for the remainder of this year is to cap ourselves at the number that we have, and then bring on Early Head Start students. We would bring on 8 students who are what we call in a home-based program. A teacher would visit them in their homes once each week and to do some work with the families and around curriculum. And then twice a month they would come into a school-based, a classroom where they would do a socialization with the teacher and other children. The home-based EHS is a soft transition for LACO, and let me be clear that it was an invitation, but the expectation was that if we did not accept this invitation, that we would lose funding. And in that funding, we would then lose our staff, a teacher, and assistants to support one of our classrooms because we wouldn't have had that funding. It would have been retroactively withdrawn from us. And so we accepted that invitation. We're happy to be moving forward for it this year because we want to serve our students and our families. But this is an expectation that will then be increased as we move into the 1920 school year. LACO has finished their 5-year funding cycle with the Office of Head Start, our national funder, and they are reapplying for a 5-year grant. They have asked us to be a part of that reapplication process. They would like us to join refunding, but they have a caveat, and that caveat is that we will have Head Start, but we will also have Early Head Start. And that Early Head Start program would include 2 center-based classrooms for a total of 16 children. And those 16 children would be 0 to 2 years, 11 months again. Their expectation is that this is something that we would plan to do for the next 5 years. And they have increased the award of their grant because to fund an Early Head Start program, anyone who's worked with infants and toddlers knows that it's actually pretty exorbitant. We have to have essentially in each of those classrooms, a classroom of 8, you have to have 2 teachers. It has to be a 1-to-4 ratio. And so they have awarded a larger grant, but the expectation obviously is that that grant money would head towards providing teachers in those classrooms for 16 children. So there are so many there are so many benefits in my mind to Head Start. And I always want to make sure that I share that because I've learned so much about what they've done. And the truth of the matter for me is Head Start has actually done what we're, as a district, working towards in so many ways. So there are opportunities for us to provide experiences for children in ways that will prepare them best for school. There are opportunities for families to be included, and not just included, but to be parent leaders. There's a policy council, which is just like our site council, where everyone has an opportunity to participate as a leader in decision-making for our schools. Everything must be data-driven. There has to be information as to understanding how our children are doing. There is, for us, an early intervention experience where we actually have, when you talk about RTI, we have multi-tiered systems of support for children who are 3 and 4. But actually, at the foundation is prevention. We want to make sure we're doing all of the work in advance so there is very little intervention. There are additional support services that our children receive. The expectation is we collaborate well with our community, that we find community members who can support our program and with whom we can connect. And they always want to make sure from every staff member has a form of professional development that goes throughout the experience. So when done well, Head Start promotes an amazing positive school readiness connection for our students. Let me be clear as well, there are challenges, and the challenges come from regulations. And it's not that we don't want to or can't necessarily comply with all of the regulations. It's that those regulations are fairly stringent to a point where some of our interest in terms of growing ourselves is somewhat limited. We have weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually, biannually, annually monitoring that goes on. In fact, you all know that we've just spent 3 days with our LACO monitors from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. from Monday through Wednesday of this week. And our time was focused on the monitoring aspect. Not so much how the children are doing or what we're doing with our children to improve, but rather what are all of those boxes that we've checked. We continue to remain short-staffed as a result. Head Start has some pretty stringent qualification experiences that aren't necessarily compensated monetarily, that we don't necessarily get the staffing that we need. And in addition, something that I've realized, and you should see my text messages to staff members on a regular basis, it always starts with, "I'm so sorry." But there is impact on almost every department in our school district, HR, fiscal, purchasing, M&O, because there are requirements that thankfully, we have school district staff who are more than willing to help us in that area, but it's a pretty large ask. And then for me, I have punitive interactions, and to me, I don't want it to seem actually that it's punitive with the people of LACO, because to be honest, the staff are actually lovely. It's just that every experience has to do with what we're not doing right, as opposed to where we have done well and what we could be doing, yes, what we could be doing better, but what's going right. And so all of our experiences come down to what we haven't done or what needs to be done. So then I was thinking to myself, okay, so if there are benefits to Head Start, are there benefits if we had a program that was a Santa Monica Malibu run program? And so I went back and listed again. There is family and parental inclusion. Where do we find that? Well, we find that with our community liaisons. We have those in our community. We'd like to continue with community liaisons who are connected to our preschools, but we also have a coordinator of family engagement who's also working on a parent education framework. That which is Head Start is actually in our district. We are data-driven, and we have a director of assessment, research, and evaluation who's already working with us on the EDI information at the kindergarten level. How are we providing support for our children using data? What is the data going to do to help us move ourselves forward? Early intervention, prevention, and support services. We have a special education department, which has been more than gracious in terms of the way they've supported us. They are continuing to do so. We have literacy coaches with whom our early learning coaches are working, and vice versa. So we actually have the opportunity, remember when I just spoke about that vertical alignment? There is that continuity. They actually work together to support each other, to support our early learning children. Community collaboration, well, we're nothing if not community-driven in Santa Monica, Malibu, and as I've shared with you, I've so enjoyed our DAC members. I've loved being on our early childhood task force. We work with First 5 LA. In fact, we have that grant to continue to do work, so we have professional development for our teachers. We have our connections with SMC, who also sit on our DAC, and we work together. And then professional development is also an expectation in our school district. So we will provide those opportunities for professional growth, and we will do it based on the work that we believe is happening in our schools and what we should be doing with early learning. And so I bring just back up the statement that we always share. So our expectation is all students graduate ready for college and careers from schools that are safe, socially responsive, and academically rigorous. You know this statement, but it begins in our mind at the foundational level, which is in preschool for us. So a question for us is, what could this look like? Well, I went back and we have in our school district residence area, we have approximately 70 children who are in Santa Monica, Malibu. So could we provide a program for children who are in our school residence area who would qualify for Head Start? Because let me be clear, my statement up here is I'm in a non-negotiable. My non-negotiable is we must serve our children who have that need. And whether that need comes from Head Start, which is a decision you may like us to move forward with, or it comes from our funding from Santa Monica Malibu, we will serve those children. The way that I see it, though, is if we are able to serve those children who would qualify, we are actually doing them a favor with our programs collectively. We are going to be able to not only support our students who would qualify for Head Start, but actually do more to qualify those students who wouldn't qualify for Head Start. Because in Santa Monica, Malibu, you know that we have families who are just making it. And those who are just making it would not qualify for Head Start. All of their money goes towards rent and living expenses. So there are families who don't necessarily qualify for the services that we could provide for them. But if we were able to open up our program in such a way that Santa Monica Malibu was able to fund it, we would then have a little more latitude with where our bilingual community liaisons could support. They could support every site. Our nurse could make sure that she's visiting all of those locations. We can have workshops that are open to everyone. And honestly, every Head Start classroom is only open to students who qualify for Head Start. So while we are trying to do everything that Head Start wants us to do, which is serve families who are in need, it doesn't necessarily represent to our families what Santa Monica Malibu is all about, because there is, in that mind, a bit of separation in the way the children are supported. They are in a classroom for children only who qualify for Head Start services. If we're able to use the funding from Santa Monica Malibu, we could actually work together to make sure that we're providing support for all students. In Head Start, the funding expectation for next year is that 112 students would be served, that they would have $11,619 per student, and that 16 early Head Start students would be served at about $20,000 per student, bringing us to that total award of $1.6 million. If I was looking back at that other chart, and I do need to say that I need to work more closely with our fiscal department to make sure I'm doing the work that needs to be done to provide the right amount of information. We have a draft of a proposal of information, but they need to be able to look at it more closely. But the expectation right now is that we would have a cost of about $800,000 a year, in addition to the $250,000 a year that come from our supplemental grant to support Seaside. That would be an investment in our program of quite a bit of funding, but also, from what I believe, when I was saying before that we need to talk about how to provide programmatic experiences available to all with the most amount of efficiency, if we start that funding level now and provide opportunities for our students, I do think that we would actually reduce our costs later in the end because we would have supported our children throughout. However, we are willing and able to do what our school board feels is important for us to do. So if we did have Head Start next year, we would have a total of 19 classes. We would place our early Head Start at this moment. We still need to work with facilities, although we've tentatively slotted Pine Street Preschool as our location to open our early Head Start classrooms. We have 2 there that we could work with. And we would continue to maintain our site at Woods, which is our Venice location as well. If we did not choose to go with Head Start, we would reduce our classrooms to 16 classrooms. We would actually remove the Wood Site preschool, and we would take out the Pine preschool, where we would actually transfer those students or students who would have gone there at a part-day preschool into our part-day program up at the Washington West site as well. And then what I would like to just bring is, we've had a conversation where I just haven't had as much opportunity to share the growth opportunities. We want to expand the work that we're doing. We'd like to move our preschool programs into our Seaside model, where we are considering neighborhood preschools as an opportunity for our children to learn and grow, but also making sure we provide opportunities for families who have need in multiple ways. So an extended day option is still open to families who have that need. We have collaborative programs where we still make sure we support students who are working together with our special education department. And so this is a very rough timeline, but if we were able to kind of work with our school district in the way that we would like, we would think we would be able to expand our programs a bit more, at a bit more of a clip than we would if we were using Head Start. I need to say, when I came back, I need to say that when I talked about funding, you could see that I had about 30% of my salary was spent on, was coming from Head Start, and about 30% of my assistant directors. I need to say approximately 60 to 70% of our time is spent on our Head Start programs. And while that's not something I'm angry about, it is frustrating when I can't do as much as I'd like to do. So I bring that up particularly with the expansion. If I had the opportunity to work a little more closely with our school district in ways that we'd like to expand, I think we could move ourselves and to support our students in a way that we would like to be doing so moving forward. So my request of you is that for next steps is to consider, where would you like us to go as we move forward? We have the opportunity to reapply for our 5-year Head Start grant. That does need to be done in January. That application process we are in the midst of it now, and Head Start requires that because they have regulations as well to the Office of Head Start. Or is there a chance that we move forward without Head Start? That we, again, non-negotiable, we are serving children who would have qualified for our Head Start programs, but the funding would come from our school district so that we have the latitude to hopefully provide more services to more students as we go through the process of getting our students foundationally ready to be as successful as possible in school. So I know I ran through that. I apologize. But I know that you wanted to have conversation, and so that's where we're at.
Thank you so much. I have Oscar, then Ralph, but we have 3 speakers first. Can we go to those? Okay, great.
Yep. Speakers who have submitted a public speaking card prior to the beginning of this item will have 3 minutes to speak. If speakers who submit a public speaking card after the board begins public comment shall be allowed 1 minute to speak. Speakers and members of the audience are asked to refrain from expressions of support or disagreement that would intimidate other speakers or disrupt the meeting. We have 3 speakers for this item: Raven Cross, Ben Sweat, and Ann Thanawala. They'll each have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Okay, Raven Cross, student graduate at Antioch University in Urban Sustainability. Quote, Head Start is one of the longest running programs attempting to address systemic poverty in the United States, end of quote. Tonight, 1 in 5 children in California goes to bed hungry. The following was from the blog from Abby Lieberman of June 2015. Performance standards were updated in Head Start in 2015. One of these improved standards is mentioned in Dr. Powell's presentation as a discussion item, removing overly burdensome and/or redundant requirements. Quote, according to HHA's officials, Head Start currently has 1,400 performance standards. Others have suggested that the number is closer to 2,400. HHS has reorganized, removed, and updated these standards to reduce the burden on providers, limit micromanaging, shifting Head Start from a compliance-oriented culture to an outcome-focused one. I believe that much needs to be done in this area. The future of Head Start are looking to other options. In Lilia Mongo's article, What's Boston Preschools Has Done Right of August 2016, what led to the success of Boston's preschool, the mayor, grants, residents, Early education, the school district, commitment to funding early education. We ranked 41st in spending per student, California 5,000, New York 10,000, Boston 12,400 per K-1 student each year. Early learning investment is a key to a better educated, stronger workforce, a falling crime and incarceration rate, a growing stream of new businesses. In Boston, despite a budget deficit, the mayor committed $3.1 million to public preschools for the 2016-17 fiscal year. Anytime we can make an investment in young people, it is a positive step for a city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ben Sweat.
Is that better? Is that good? Hey, folks. I am a member of the steering committee of the Early Childhood Task Force. I'm also on your district advisory committee for CDS, and have been involved in the district's early childhood efforts and trying to, for quite a few years. And there's sort of a theme to what I'm always talking about, which is that you have both a responsibility and an opportunity in early learning. And it's been exciting seeing how you have successfully moved forward with the changes the district has made in the last few years. You've got great momentum, you've made great changes. There are full pay families on waiting lists for younger preschools right now. And you've recognized the potential and power of effective EC programs. The quality early childhood programs are really a wellspring of the equality that you guys seek as a district, and they're also the foundation of the excellence that you want to build for all kids. And I feel that your connection with the Head Start program as you're doing it now takes away some of the equity for the kids, even in your Head Start program, and also the kids who are poor but not poor enough, who are not in Head Start, who are in the state subsidized program. And I'll get to why in just a second. Head Start's requirements really create a separate walled off program within our program, right? Different teachers, different classrooms, different play, different curriculum, really a different administrative effort. It's a separate program within your program. And so as you've heard from Susan, and I think this is sort of the most kind of shocking thing, is that to serve 25% of her kids, she and her assistant are, I don't know what the title is, are spending 60 to 70% of their time. And so the change that you've seen in the district's preschool efforts are basically from having good, talented, dedicated administrator, good staff working to move things ahead. And great changes have happened recently. And this person is spending all this time on Head Start compliance. And so freeing that up, it just allows you to go a lot further. And what that does is it lets her put more effort on all of your kids, and lets you keep building the reputation of the program, which has positive revenue implications coming in. There's so much exciting things going on. You know, the EDI, the DRDP, we're gonna start collecting that data more and working through it. And as someone who's been sitting in these meetings and watching stuff, it's really great what's happening, and you kind of have the chance to free up your talent, and that's how you make things happen. You know, you're in the people business, you got good people, you've got a good program, and you're kind of like got a ball and chain around your leg. Questions?
Thank you very much, Ben. Our last speaker on this item is Ann Thanawala.
Hello. So I'm going to go back to what we talked about a few months ago. And actually it was shocking. I was with a bunch of UTLA teachers last night, and they said, oh, Beverly Hills does that too. They were referring to my comment that we're charging for public school and public education on public land. So the idea of enrolling more kids for 15 grand or 18 grand or whatever it's going to be, we're still looking at something where we're going to knock off some teachers. So the other problem that we face here is that Santa Monica is becoming less and less diverse because people can't afford to live here. So if we give up Head Start and we make it just local, I think that racism issues begin young. And if we can educate kids and integrate kids when they're young, we have a better outcome. And if we're talking about it, I know we're doing social justice at the high school, which is great, but we're a little behind the curve because we're not so integrated here. So these are concerns that I think people should be having. These are conversations that we should be having. And if we're looking at funding this, where we were just having a discussion a couple hours ago about maybe getting some more counselors, and people are talking, they're saying, hey, we don't have enough open space at our schools. Now we're going to bring in more preschools. So what's the campus space going to look like? All of these things, but number one, when you're having to pay for education, if someone said to you, hey, you want to enroll your kid in first grade? 20 grand. Public school down the street. What's the difference? Okay, we need to be working with our legislature to fund this. Okay, but asking the community to take it out of their budgets, to take over more land, to drop some teachers, and to create a situation where it's more and more kids who can fully pay in the community, and we're still going to keep funding it. You got to be looking at this from all angles, and I know that you guys will, but these are some places where you need to look. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's the end of public comment for this item.
Thank you, John. We have Oscar,
Can I
Ralph,
ask
John.
a clarifying question?
Oh, of course.
So this is a discussion item.
Yes.
And I understand the way Susan set it up. We're to discuss. Are we discussing it to bring it back potentially in the next board meeting? Is that the plan?
Yes.
And is there a staff recommendation here?
I like that.
I believe there is. Dr. Girardi, do you want to address the staff recommendation or how?
We would like to forego, sorry, I'm trying to blank right now.
LACO?
Head Start. And because we think that we can do probably a better job in serving all students and be more efficient.
Oh, so, should I okay. Yes.
Sorry, I want Susan to be able to clarify, I think, part of what Dr. Girardi didn't say, and maybe I'm all wet, but I think part of what, is it accurate to say that part of what you said is that Head Start is not only inefficient because of all of the work that you have to do, but it also is preventing us from really creating what we would consider an equitable program where everybody's getting the same sorts of benefits and they're all getting it together. We aren't isolating kids who are funded by Head Start in one area because it's the only way we can really comply with Head Start requirements, and then putting the rest of the kids in some other place. Is that right?
That is accurate. And it is our goal, actually, rather than limit, we're actually trying to broaden all opportunities for all of the students that we can serve here. We want to make sure that we do the best that we can given the circumstances that we have, and we feel that Head Start does limit us to a certain degree in those areas. Although Head Start does do amazing work, and I actually, as you can see, we base a lot of what we want to be doing on the premise of what Head Start does. We'd like to have the freedom to make sure that we are doing it for all of our students to the best degree possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Oscar, and then Ralph and John.
I thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the conversation. I mean, me personally, I have a hard time with dropping our participation in the Head Start program. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting for it for a couple of reasons. Because, first of all, there's a comment, and I've heard it already a couple of times, that serving low-income children in a specific program is harmful to them. You know, that, or maybe it's not as good, or maybe it's not aligned with our mission or our vision. I don't know how we come to that conclusion because we haven't surveyed these children. You know, I don't think the children, honestly, I don't think the children even care. I mean, at that age, I don't think kids are like worried about like, hey, he's poor, I'm rich. Until you get to middle school, maybe you start thinking about that. I know from my experience with my children, because we participated in LA Up. And the reason why we participated in LA Up, I'll be honest with you, and I have a master's degree, my wife's educated as well. We couldn't afford to pay the $980 a month, you know, that it was costing us to send our kid to preschool, you know, here in our school district, because we don't qualify for the subsidies, but we make enough where we have to pay full fee, you know. So when LA Up was made available, and you have to get in line, and it's, you know, you have to be savvy. It's like everything else in Santa Monica, you know. It's like, you know, if you want to get your children to participate in a certain program, you got to wake up early in the morning, or you have to be savvy. You have to know how to get in. So people that know how, they monopolize all these great resources, you know. And LA Up was one of those experiences. But I want to push back on that. You know, I like that we can freely use the word pushback, because there's nothing wrong. You know, it's nothing personal against you or against us. You know, it's just for us to really push back and say, okay, let's think about that, what people are saying, you know, because we might come up with a better solution. I think that Head Start, keeping Head Start provides our school district with diversity in programming, because you have Head Start and then you have everything else that we do, and we're being very innovative. We're opening up different preschools. Layla's opening up another preschool here in our community as well, you know, in the Pico neighborhood. So there's going to be more of that, you know, because now there's precedent where they're going to be opening up stuff. But not having Head Start, for me, it sends the wrong message, I think. And you know, I trust you.
Thank you.
But in 20 years from now or 10 years from now, you know, I don't know how long you'll be here. You know, I don't know how long I'm going to be. I know I won't be here longer than maybe 2 more years, right? At least 40 more years, exactly.
I have to beat my mom. She was 44.
Yeah, but
so
the issue that I have is that I have to think about the future of our organization, and when we replace different people, new superintendents, new school boards, knowing that the demographics are shifting in our community to a more affluent clientele, to a more affluent parent base. I think Head Start holds us accountable a little bit, you know? It makes us think, okay, we have this grant, you know, the staff has to think on a daily basis, how are we going to meet those numbers? How are we going to reach out to these very low-income families? I mean, it's getting harder and harder to find those families. And I know that you said there's about 70 right now that qualify. I don't know how much outreach, you know, we have done. The other thing is I don't know how many homeless families are coming into our community, but I can tell you that it's increased. I mean, just from what I've seen, the data, you know, 900 plus homeless individuals in our community. I think we have 50 plus or 70 plus homeless students in our school district right now, you know? So those families for sure would qualify for Head Start, you know? And I'm thinking, I don't want to forego a resource, like an important resource that has been a standard, you know, resource that I think I would say it's a foundational resource in our community when it comes to early childhood development, in terms of, you know, what early childhood development, in terms of the history of it. Head Start has been a foundation, I think, an anchor, let's say, for low-income children, you know, in our school district. So I have a hard time with us because Head Start helps us reach those families and those children that are most vulnerable in our community, you know, and because we are becoming a more wealthier school district, I have a problem with the optics of it. And I hear that, you know what, and look, I run a nonprofit organization. There's some money that I won't accept. And and I hear it all the time. People say, you know what, the county money, don't get it. Federal money, don't get it. Like the paperwork, the bureaucracy that money comes with is not worth receiving the money. But it's about $100 and something thousand. No, 1.6, I think, million dollars, right? That
for this upcoming year. It's
for this upcoming year,
right now.
that we would forego, but based on the new model that we're proposing, we have about $800,000, and then we would have to then, you know, supplement that. Like basically, we're going to have to use general operating money, right? I mean, to
The 800, that would be the $800,000.
Okay,
So we
and that-
wouldn't do
and
it
that-
on top of that
And that serves the 70-plus students that qualify, is that what you're saying?
in Santa Monica, Malibu.
In Santa
yes.
Monica, Malibu.
Yeah. And for students who wouldn't be Santa Monica, Malibu residents, we would work with LACO to make sure that they had Head Start locations, because it's in LACO's best interest as well to retain all of their children with them. So we would make sure that no family was left alone for transition services to make sure that they were fully supported. And I would just say, and I completely respect you, Oscar, you know that it's been my struggle as well relative to what we're trying to do, but I do think that your comment about your family is exactly part of the reason that we're trying to consider this, is we have families who are poor but not poor enough, or working hard and making enough to make themselves go, but they can't afford everything else that comes with it. So with our state subsidy, and not having Head Start and opening up our program where Santa Monica Malibu was chipping in, I think we could then reach more of those families, providing support services for them. So that's, and I, as we've had discussions before about making sure that we support all of our children, I feel like that's a place where we could actually make that difference. And with regards to recruitment efforts, I think that that's an excellent point. We work our tails off to make sure we're trying to get our families who have that need. That can't stop either. That would have to be a part of what we expected for ourselves, our accountability, to demonstrate what are the ways in which we're accessing as many resources as possible to support the families who have that need.
But that was one of the concerns that I have, that once we hear, hey, we don't have we're not in Head Start anymore, that staff is like, oh, okay, now, whew, we don't have to hustle to go get those numbers of the the lowest income,
Sure.
Children in our community, and so I have those concerns. The other thing is, what if we, let's say we don't receive the Head Start money, does that mean that we close Pine Street, the program there?
Not necessarily, but I will say that Pine Street has had declining enrollment. We went from 2 full-time classrooms that were not Head Start, they're actually state-subsidized preschools, has had now down to 1 morning class. And truthfully, we've heard from families they want to go where their children are going to their schools. And so it doesn't sit on a campus where most of the families will take their children. And so it has actually been a bit of a reach for our families to get to do the Pine Street school.
And in terms of, we still receive First 5 LA grant money?
We do not.
We do not?
They don't do that, actually. First 5 LA, the way in which they do their funding now is they do specific programmatic things, such as we receive funding to do our professional development for our staff, 2 professional development days for that. But they actually stopped that in the 15-16 school year, not just for Santa Monica Malibu, but they stopped the entirety of it.
Yeah, so I guess, I made my point, I think, in terms of why I have a hard time supporting it. I understand that what we're trying to do is, we're looking for program improvement, with a certain vision and concept in mind. So I feel good about that. I have to think about, what's the future in terms of if there's certain people with those principles aren't in that position, what could happen to those children that are most vulnerable in our community. I'm a little concerned about that, and that's, and that money is money. I mean, that's still like $1.6 million that we're getting, so, and how do I go out into the community? 2 things I have to explain to people. We dropped Head Start. Why? And there's a lot of low-income people that I interact with, in my community, and then, and you guys are giving up on $1.6 million. Like, why? I have to be able to answer that. And so it's harder for me to explain that because I need a whole presentation to explain it to them of like the new vision, the new model. It's just for me, it's hard for me to vote for this. So I just need to put that out there. But thank you, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate your work, because I know that whatever happens in terms of us moving forward, our children and Head Start children and non-Head Start children are in good hands with you in charge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Ralph, and then John.
It has been our vision to sort of vertically align our preschools with our K-12, and so to truly be pre-K-12, and it can mean transferring over from, as we're talking about, from Head Start over. I have a lot of the same concerns Oscar has. I don't know the answers. I've been struggling with this. since we've started talking about it. I guess, so I'm going to go over a couple things. One is, at some point, do we know enough to make this kind of decision? What do we know that the state is going to bring to us? Because we know they've been talking about making pre-K, part of the requirements of all the public schools in the state. Maybe not. I mean, I know that that's been talked about. I don't know where it is in the pipeline. So, somebody help me out where we are, because if we're running programs where we're now charging people, people for the programs, and all of a sudden the state says, no, you have to offer it as part of the public school continuum, what happens? What does that do to our program? All of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of funding that isn't there, and we're in a certain place. Does that all of a sudden take millions of dollars of our budget moving to something like that? I think it's something that we sort of need to know a bit about. For me, for this to work, I have to know that every one of those 70 children will have a place automatically. It's not, Ben gets up there and say, well, there are full-time families who are on a waiting list. So I don't want this to be where people who are savvy, understanding, watching, grab an opportunity that we're trying to set up, which does happen all too often when you set programs up with good intent, but other people come along and take that. If we say no more Head Start, what do people of low income, what do they think? Those programs are gone. I guess Santa Monica, doesn't, but they live here. So what are we going to do, in order to make sure that every child and we particularly want, the lower income students in, because the embellishments of their early lives is not the same. They haven't had the same opportunities in the 0 to 3 that other students may have had. So for them to enter kindergarten and to do some catching up and be socialized and learn all these things, we have to have them. I don't see where if we're going to say, okay, we're going to make this change, and, well, they can come here, but what if other people come and sign up first? And, because there are people, and are we taking people from out, are we saying that because we allow, I don't even know, what our rules are, unfortunately, in our current, preschools about, is it first, it's not the same issue because it's not required about whether students, who live outside our community can just come and take spaces in our preschools on our sites, as opposed to we, make sure that all the students in our own community are served first. Can we even do that? So there's real concern that I have the same and that's why, when we had the small meetings before, I don't have a problem with doing this. It just has to be done the right way. And that's where I said, can we enter into, which is, I guess, considered bad form if we were to enter into a 5-year, into the program with Head Start and give us some time, and we're saying, oh, no, well, then we're committed for 5 years, but is there really a way halfway through that to say, are there penalties to pull out at some point? To give us time to really figure out how to serve our students of need. I don't know what the percentages are in the preschools we've recently started. I know we have it of those who are paying full fee, partial fee, where these students would fit into that. And if we're not converting, the chart of what we're converting, if we end our preschools come next August, where are those? You tell me, where are those students going to be going? Are they staying there and just having a new name on that facility, or is it just sort of open up again? So I think those are issues that I just don't know. I'm happy to to move this way and have the program we want, but how do we ensure that it's serving our students? And until we really have that, I just don't want to sort of jump into it and then not be serving the students that we want to have in our community be served, that bring so much to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. We now move to John and Lori.
Thank you.
And I have myself on the list, and Mr.
So,
Foster.
I have I was going to say head start. I have the advantage of being on the DAC. So I feel I've been talking about this since July or August, which alleviates some of the fear that I hear in my colleagues' comments. And understandably so. This is a big jump, and fear would be a rational reaction. I feel differently from you guys, and I guess the reason why is because I think, Oscar, I think what you sell in the community is that we're not getting rid of Head Start. We are creating universal preschool for every child in Santa Monica. And whereas Head Start, if we want to get into the specifics of it, Head Start is keeping kids who need to be kindergarten ready from participating in programs in Santa Monica. With the $23,000 threshold or ceiling for income, the working poor of Santa Monica are not eligible for supports. With this kind of program, yes, we're giving up money, but that money is being spent on 118 children, 70 of which are from Santa Monica, with this new program. Let's not forget the fact that this new program that Head Start has now placed on us, if we go ahead, includes 16 children between 0 and 2.11. So the amount of work that's being placed on Susan and her staff, she now has basically newborns. That was the deal Head Start gave us because we cannot fill the 132 places that they expect from us. To me, this is one of the single most exciting things I've heard in the 2 years I've been on the board. Because we have so much data, we have decades of data showing that, and I'll quote National Institute for Health because this was a great way of putting it, that the high quality, the benefits of high quality, well-targeted preschool programs far exceed costs, often by a factor of 7 or even 10, and they quote multiple studies. Economists have estimated the internal rates of return of these programs to be between 5 and 18%, and again, that's multiple studies. We know factually that early intervention, that money placed into our youngest and most vulnerable children reaps benefits later. The way districts are addressing these needs across the United States is with private money. They can go out and have Goldman Sachs or private investors come in and say, we will give you $12 million to start a universal program like we're talking about here. At the end of 5 to 7 years, if you have hit certain thresholds, you will pay us back with the savings you have reaped from this program. That's how this is being done in the United States. What we are saying, we are in the enviable position of having GSH and other funds that have been targeted for early education. We can create our own pay-for-success model and front-load this money and reap these benefits in the back. As far as our community, what excites me about this community, yes, we are losing the Head Start name. No one is denying the impact that Head Start has had nationally in the United States. No one can deny that. It has been transformative. What we're saying is we are going to have these same children. We're going to have our same process of going out, finding children, finding families, bringing them in, but it will be a universal Santa Monica program. And we all know that integration of students is better than siloization of students. So there is, the data tells me this is the right thing to do. Working with educators tells me this is the right thing to do. And there is fear of doing something like this. I feel I can't even look at Melody right now because I'm supposed to be a fiscal conservative. And I'm basically saying, I want to take this leap, but I know that we're backed by GSH. The taxpayers have told us, help us with technology, help us with early ed, help us with deferred maintenance. We have funds set aside for just this type of program. This is transformative. This is the kind of program that does what we're talking about at the earliest and most vulnerable age. If we wait till 5, if we wait till kindergarten, first grade, we've already lost. So when we talk about the state, Ralph, you mentioned the state. What we heard from CSBA is the state is looking 0-3, which means the state will be bringing money into Santa Monica, but not to school districts. If they're doing 0-3, that's going to be into municipalities. So we shouldn't expect the state bailing us out on this. We are so fortunate and blessed to be in a community that, right, we can do this. We have the financial resources to do this. We have the staff capability to do this. This is the beginning of transformative program. This is universal preschool in Santa Monica, reaching more kids. This is the achievement gap. This is kindergarten readiness. If we do this right, and what we're saying is staff is improving with the handcuffs that they've had placed on them. I could not support this more, and I'm thrilled that you guys are willing to take the risk and jump in. And I support you. I lose my voice supporting you.
Thank you, John. We now go to Lori and then Craig.
I don't think I can top that one. So first I want to say that the discussion has not just been going on in the early childhood DAC. This has been going on pretty much since I've been on the school board. Mostly it hasn't gotten to the board level because our schools, our preschool program, I don't think had taken itself or been taken to the position that it now occupies. That we hadn't improved the program in the ways we have. We haven't taken on the whole Seaside model. We hadn't done a lot of things that we now have in place. But this discussion has been going on for a long time, and we even discussed the model that John talked about, the pay for success model at one point, at least among, this is when Sandy and Terry were here. But we didn't go forward with that. People in the early childhood task force in the larger community, the providers and the people who support early childhood here have been, many of them, wanting this kind of change for a long time. But I want to say that I think the pushback is really healthy and really good. And so I want to speak to the couple things, Oscar, that you raised and share some of the concerns and disagree with others. I think that the two biggest things that are really hard to tackle are when you say we're going to turn down money. And so I totally agree that if you're going to turn down money, you really have to know why you're doing it and what you expect to gain, since you're losing dollars and you're now going to commit dollars that have to come from somewhere. And the other thing is I share with both Oscar and Ralph, and I think everybody, the strong desire to ensure that kids who currently qualify for Head Start will be taken by the hand and ensured welcome entry and whatever it takes to make sure that they remain in our programs. Because the intent of doing away, of rejecting the grant money is obviously has nothing to do with rejecting those kids and everything to do with incorporating those kids with the rest of the kids who are in our preschools and starting from the beginning. And that takes me to my pushback, Oscar, to you. I don't think it's just about do kids look at themselves, it's how do we all look at each other and each other's kids, and to put the lowest income kids in our community, in our preschools, in one place with one program, with whoever the teachers are, however good that program is, they're stigmatized from the beginning because they're not part of where the rest of the community is and the rest of the community of children. So, you know, even if you could say that the programs were separate but equal, I think that's what it would, at best, take us back to, which is not something that I want to support. So I really do appreciate the concerns about explaining why we're turning down grant money and making sure that we are as vigilant, I guess, and have a strategy and a mechanism for making sure that when somebody learns that we're no longer Head Start funded, that doesn't affect them, that they're still in our school if they live here. Or So I think that's a legitimate concern. And as to where we're going in the state, I do not think that we are going to be, Ralph, charged with providing free preschool on the money that we have. I don't know what form universal preschool will take, and whether the mandate and then money will go to the city instead of the district. I don't know how or where any of that is going. And we do need to learn more about that, because that could obviously be key. But I guess that I would have to stand behind most of what John has said, and I would urge us all to become literate about explaining why we're doing this, and why it's the educational program that's driving it, and the commitment that we have to the educational program we're offering and to equity in our community, starting with our preschoolers, because I think, to me, that's what's at the heart of this. So I will say that the only thing that hurts, that kills me in this, is, since I think we can work on that, but I don't want to minimize it, that ensuring that those kids are in here, is the having to commit more money when we're every day saying, we could use more money here, we could use more money here, we have less money here. So that's the part that's, I think, the hardest to grapple with, and I think it's frankly the reason this hasn't happened before, because that's always been sort of the final nail in the coffin of why can't we do it. So anyway, enough for now.
Thank you, Lori. Craig.
So I think John gave maybe the best speech I've heard on this board, seriously. And I agree completely with what you said. I think all I should wisely do is try to fill in a few pieces around the edge, because I think you've got the central theme, and Lori, that's the road that I want to go down, and I think that's the road we all should go down. I don't think it's diversity, you're separate but equal covers it. I don't think it's diversity if it's a separate program in a separate place. At least not the kind of diversity I want or believe in. I'm less worried about the money. And Susan, I've had the benefit of a few conversations with Susan about this in another context. I think there's a way over time that this becomes the universal preschool that we want it to be, and becomes more and more, I don't know if it's ever a revenue generator, but that it would eat into the drawdown as costs and class sizes and participation all adjust in a really positive way. So I think that piece, we have a surplus where we have one-time money to spend, and I'm going to say it again to the board, we need to be very clear in our heads where we're spending one-time money and when we're spending ongoing money. And I would look at this as one-time money, although we will be repeating it for some years. But over time, my hope and my expectation is that will decrease significantly. There is nothing more aligned with our goals and our visions than becoming the P12 district we talk about. And another reason that this is economical for us is that by getting kids early, by aligning those children to our K-12 system, by teaching them appropriately and bringing them into those schools and expanding the Seaside program, we are creating less burden down the road of trying to fix the achievement gap in 12th grade when we could have been fixing it in preschool and leaving all those kids better off. So I think there are hidden cost savings that we'll realize over time that Susan mentioned, and I think we have to take very seriously. I think we have to take seriously that if we don't move now, we do have a 5-year commitment, and my understanding is there is no talking your way out of that 5-year commitment. It would be a major break with LACO and a major problem, and LACO holds all of our strings, so I don't really want to piss them off. So I think we have to take seriously, we either don't do this for 5 years or we do it now. You know, I might have liked another year, but we're not going to get another year. I love that we're unleashing resources. I think the creativity that you brought, first of all, and I think it's an amazing group and always has been, but you coming in has been a huge change, Susan, and I'm deeply grateful for that. I think the creativity of you being able to move and create something that's in harmony with the district, and instead of pulling resources saying, I'm sorry, it would become harmonious, I think is also a huge benefit, and I very much look forward to seeing the synergies, the positive forces that would be unleashed by not having 60% of your time spent on that. So to me, this is really about messaging, and to say Santa Monica Malibu is killing Head Start, that's not the message. The message is Santa Monica Malibu is creating universal preschools that supersedes Head Start, that every child who is in the Head Start program will have a home, whether it's in our schools or whether it's in Head Start programs elsewhere, that no child is being abandoned, but that we're doing something better than preschool, and it's more better than Head Start, and more inclusive than Head Start, and more aligned with our schools, both geographically and academically. Can you talk about academically in preschool? Sure, academically. Academically in preschools, there are standards, we're moving them towards it. So to me, that's got to be the message, that we're not taking something away, we're giving so very much more in a way that makes us, I mean, I think we talked about it, but we really got to get it in our heads that we're a P12 district. We are a P12 district. We believe in this. We're doing this. And this is an important step. We can't be a P12 district if we have silos that are walls built around them that we can't touch or adapt or do anything to. That's not what this is about. That's not the changes we want. So hopefully I haven't taken anything away from John's great argument with the add-ons. The last thing I want to say, and I'm going to keep saying this, we are all committed to closing the achievement gap, to making forward progress, to changing the way we do business. And I just have to remind us, if we're not prepared to change, we're not going to change anything. And I don't know a better place to change than right here and right now.
Thank you, Craig. Ralph.
So I don't think that either Oscar and I said anything different than what anybody else said. That we're not against change. We're for the best education we can provide for our kids. And I agree, our preschools are among the best in the community. There are others, different programs that we know excel. And we want to do this. But the question is, if tomorrow it's reported that there's direction to the district to not accept another contract with Head Start, that those 70 students and then similar students that will be coming up, they know at the same time that they have a place. They know where it's going to be next year. So that we create this and then they come knocking on the door and there's no room for them. So that's the issue for me we have to solve. I won't, if you're in pre-K through 12 and you live in our community and you knock on our doors, we say welcome. Here's where you can be. You're in this neighborhood, in this school, or we've got some overflow. You got to go somewhere else, but we always find a place for them. So are we going to be doing the same thing for every preschool student in our community starting today? I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to spend more. I'm happy to spend more money than we're allocating if that's what it takes. If we say commit to being a universal preschool district and it costs us $2 or $3 million a year, I'm excited about doing that. That every kid like say, comes to our door, we have a place for them in a preschool program. And I'm not, I don't hear that these 70 students now, I want to hear that commitment that they will have that space, next year, and they'll know that tomorrow. They'll know that tomorrow morning, when they hear about this conversation. I think, the thing that we're talking about.
That.
Well, I haven't got to speak yet. So,
The staff was talking with
yeah,
you,
the staff.
so we'll address some of that.
So I'll be just really quick. I concur with what everyone says, including what Oscar and Ralph have said, and I think we're all on the same page. I think that was nicely said, Ralph. They've been beautiful speeches. I agree, too. This is wonderful. I want, John can attest to the fact, as can Dr. Samaraj Powell, that when I got the briefing as we were planning the agenda, I had a visceral reaction, Oscar, to this eliminating of Head Start, having been born to a 16-year-old single mom and and benefiting from war on poverty programs. I was like, what? We can't get rid of, right? You remember I said
Very
this, and
much.
my question was exactly the same that everyone on this board has had. And I like what Lori said, that she and others have been engaged in a conversation longer than those of us who aren't on the DAC or have been engaged in the larger community. So I just want to say I had the same response to the ask, and I think that asking these questions, the pushback is absolutely appropriate.
It is.
And I too, I think I finished when we had our presentation with Susan. I said, well, if staff, particularly you, is recommending this, and you were able to walk me through all of the particulars and how we are not going to leave any of those kids, I think abandoned is what someone here said, maybe it was Craig. It was your non-negotiable, right? Those are your words. You
That's
said,
correct.
For me, this is non-negotiable. These 72 kids, or if more, present themselves as being in need, they will be, they will get the education they deserve, and we're going to provide it. Is that correct, right?
That is correct.
That's a fair.
That's from the beginning through the end. That is
So
our expectation.
I believe you, but then I also said, and I think Oscar was articulating too, how do we ensure that this is a forever, right?
Right.
And I think asking all of these questions is so important to
Yes.
make sure, because we understand how Head Start and the war on poverty came into place in its origination, because there were communities that weren't able to do what we might be able to do now. And so I appreciate your patience with all of us as we get to this place of considering what is possible. I support the staff recommendation, but I also want to make sure that what Ralph is asking for, that all of those families know tomorrow or at the moment we give direction that they're covered. And then also, we've been having a conversation on other matters of this board, and not to lose sight of kind of the difficulty in asking for help when you are someone without means. And I think that that's something that Oscar got to, and I want to make sure that I echo his sentiment. You know, the burden shouldn't be on the person who doesn't have the means to then go out and have to ask for it, if we truly want to provide for universal programming and we want to provide equity and equality of outcome for all who live in our community. And I think that there is a burden on staff to come back at another meeting before the January determination time has to be made, and just how we're going to do that. Because I've seen your presentation's wonderful. You've answered my questions off this dais, and you're answering, again, our questions tonight. But I think that staff can do more. I know you have the capacity and capability to do more and to be able to say, this is how we're going to address that component of not having this burden of having to make that ask for the people who live in our community. Does that make sense? So I'm asking for that and chiming in with that. But
you did say before, though, so now we're at 3 meetings on this? Or do you want to do that as part of the action item?
As part of the action item, I mean, I have confidence that staff can do that. I have confidence, but I think that that has to be addressed. And I really appreciate our earlier conversation that we've had as a board about not putting that burden on the people who have the need.
Respond in relationship to the question about making sure that we are making certain
Lori and
just-
Dr. Dradi, if that's okay?
Add another piece to what you need to look at, because I think, I don't want to say any of this is easy, but the easier part will be to address these 70 students who are already Head Start students. The harder part will be to add to that about how do we then continue to identify the next 60, 70, whatever those kids are who are not in our preschools yet, who would have qualified for Head Start, who we want in our schools, who are the ones that were. So, and that's going to take a little more, not just deliberate, but it's a harder effort and some better thinking, deeper thinking about how to do that.
And I do think it aligns actually specifically with what all of you have said. And so it would be our expectation for the current students who are not moving on to kindergarten, but that would be in a year 2 with us, that we would actually meet one-on-one with each of those families, that they would have an invitation to come to us, or we would go to them because our family advocates go to those sites, and we would talk about the transition. The transition for them would truly be none, to be very honest. They've done the paperwork that is already required to be in a Head Start program, which is the most, to the favorable at this point, the most stringent you could find. So our expectation would be our district paperwork would similarly align with regards to qualifications. And so families who have already qualified, we would simply tell them, and speaking to your point, Ralph, this is, yes, next year you're going to go back to your school, and that school is going to be a classroom for you. And then what we would do, and then actually I will bring it back to an action item. I don't want to speak at length right now, but what you're asking is exactly our issue every year. This is what we do every year, which is how do we make sure we go out and find them. That's actually been something our DAC has been working on, that the Early Childhood Task Force is working on. How do we make sure we find the children who need to be served and the families who need them as well, who need that support as well. And so I can certainly bring that back with regards to the locations we go, the expectations and the way in which we message that information, and what we would do. And then I can also bring to you the numbers of students that we have that would come to us in year 2, so you could see specifically how many will turn into a year 2 with us, and then what we would be doing to make sure that we're reaching families who would have qualified in Head Start regulations, qualify with Santa Monica Malibu as well.
Can I just suggest that when we talk about this, we talk about expanding our preschool programs rather than eliminating Head Start? I think that's a much better and much more accurate way to describe it.
Dr. Dradi.
Let me just conclude by talking about two separate things. The first is just our aspirational goals, our vision of the district. Just consider this. We just passed a $700 million school bond between Santa Monica and Malibu. Okay, we passed the GSA to support preschool and technology and so on. We're at the precipice of aligning our budget to some aspirational goals that we have. So you have all these buckets in place. So we have some grand ideas for this place. Okay, we have some grand ideas for this place. So preschool is a major piece to that. The type of instruction we're going to be looking for, I mean, you guys are taking field trips all over the place. You're looking at some educational models in which we're going to rebuild education approach that's aligned from preschool with radio model all the way up. So we're at a prime time right now to make some heavy decisions as we move forward. So I think we always need to talk in that vein, but more particular, if you're concerned about how do we explain away $1 million something for giving it up, we're not giving up Head Start practices. We love Head Start practices. We're saying we want to expand. We want to expand on that, making universal. We want to make sure our students are integrated. We think learning, with the social justice standards and all that, learning should be integrated, and kids are going to learn from each other, parents are going to learn from each other. We want to create an environment where people are learning from each other. The type of instruction we're going to be delivering, we're evolving to, will allow for that to occur. Our budget is close to being aligned. We have some initiatives in place with the SERP and so many different things that as we start thinking about, okay, what do we do as we replenish our workforce and things like that, it's all aligned to some of these programs we're going to do. So we need our leaders and our workers and our staff to be flexible and nimble enough to make the necessary decisions to make all those alignment. And us doing this is not taking anything away from students that need it probably the most. It's actually wanting to enhance that. So I guess some way, as superintendent, I've got to always remind people that we're not taking anything away. We're trying to get at the heart of what we need to do. But some structural changes have to happen to this place. You know, I had to get all over the counselors here. They want, let's continue to increase more. No, we got to work on our system. We need to work on our education system, and this is one of the most essential pieces here in preschool. And if there is fear out there that we're somehow going to look away from those 70 students, then we need to make sure that that's clear, that we're not doing. We want to find more students of need, not just 70. If there's 80 out there that's not being served, we need to find that 80. If there's 100, we need to find that 100. But we think we're going to do it. And we shouldn't, and overall, we shouldn't let the law force us to do what we know is right. I mean, Head Start there's some expectations with Head Start, but our fear is that, notice, we're not trying to run away from the practices of Head Start. What people, I think, the fear is coming from the fact that, well, with that, those money comes some laws that we have to follow. But I will submit that none of us here, I don't think, is doing all of this because of some law. We know it's the right thing to do. So I guess there's going to have to be trust that we're not going to walk away from those expectations.
I want to say one thing because it's important. Because when I made the point about Head Start provides diversity in programming, and comments were made about, well, we don't want to segregate these children. I mean, the reality is that we segregate children in our public school system. There's a history of that. And what we're saying here is trust the people with more power and privilege to do right by the poor in our community. Now, we know historically in this community, you can look at advanced placement and contrast that with Olympic High School. You know what I'm saying? I can give you 50 other examples of when you don't, it's not about self-segregating a community, it's about giving power and agency to that community, you know, and it takes for the people that have more power and privilege to acquiesce, you know, to make that happen, because it just doesn't happen by itself. That's why we have to have social justice standards. We're striving for that. That's why we talk about equity, you know. But the reality is that we're still in the formation of creating that beloved community, you know, here in the city of Santa Monica. And I think our school district is leading in those ways. I mean, we're having those types of conversations that other people are not having. But the reality is, the fear does not come from like they're going to get, you know, we're going to get rid of Head Start, and now poor people in this community are not going to have the services they were accustomed to. The fear is that we're saying we're going to get rid of something that people seen as a hub, you know, as a foundation for them to receive those services. And we're saying, trust us, you know, the school board, the school district, where poor people are not in a majority, you know, where people with, who usually are historically marginalized are not on the dais, won't get certain, just won't get that certain amount of power. It just hasn't happened. You know, we haven't had ever a majority of school board members in the history of Santa Monica to come from the low-income part of the city or to come from the south side part of the city. It's always been the other way around. People with power and privilege have always held a majority of the seats on this school board. You know, so it's not a fear that's made up in the minds of people. You know, it's just based on the reality of what's happened in the past with all public resources, especially in public education, that is monopolized by the people with privilege and power. And so I just want to make it very clear. It's not, we're not making something up about the boogeyman is going to come and take something away from somebody. The reality is we're making a serious change. How long have we been around with Head Start? We've been around probably for 40, 50, 60 years. Oh yeah, 1965, let's say. So we're going to make a change in 2018 at a time where gentrification is rapidly displacing low-income people in the city of Santa Monica. We know that that's happening, you know? So We just need to know how to explain it. And I have to, and on me being a school board member that lives in a part of the city that is, probably arguably the lowest income part of the city, I have a serious obligation in terms of how I message that, how I respond to those questions, and I have that responsibility, and I just needed to share that information. But it's not because I wanted to segregate or self-segregate or anything like that. That's a miscommunication right now. What we want to know is how we're going to explain this to people in a way that makes them feel that we're going to grow Head Start, that we're going to expand on the foundation that Head Start gave this community, that we're going to ensure that we do more for low-income people in the community. We have to message that in a way so people feel that that's meaningful and it's genuine and it's sincere.
Oscar. Thank you, Dr. Samaj Powell. Susan, thank you so much for your great commitment to the district and to our community. Thank you to your staff, Dr. Dradi. Do you feel you have the direction from? Yeah. Great, thank you. That now brings us to major action item number 11A, election of Board of Education officers, and we'll turn this over to Ms. Sarah.
We need to go back to the item that 4A.
We said we'd put 4A right before board comments.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's what we voted on.
I guess that's what we did.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. This is the item now to the annual organization item for the board to elect a new president and vice president. And so we will start with the position of board president, and the floor is now open for, and following the election, then everyone else switches seats. The floor is now open for nominations for the position of board president. Are there nominations? Ms. Lieberman?
I nominate Richard to continue for another year.
Okay, are there any other nominations? Seeing that there are no other nominations, Dr. Richard Tvildren-Jeswin has won for the seat of president by acclamation. Congratulations. Yeah. And the floor is now open for nominations for the position of board vice president. Mr. Foster?
I would like to nominate the best speechifier of the last 4 years, Mr. John Keene, to be vice president of the school board.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing that there are no other nominations for the position of board vice president, Mr. Keene has won by acclamation. Congratulations. And we will now, I'm going to come around, start sort of cleaning up and gathering your stuff because everyone else is going to switch positions.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. That now brings us, friends, well, first I'd like to say thank you very much for allowing me to sit in this chair again, and I hope to do good work by all of you and to be open and to improve. So thank you very much. We'll go to item 11B, which is the election of our annual representative to the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association, LACSTA, for 2019. Are there nominations?
I think Ralph did such a tremendous job in 2018. He could be so I would nominate Ralph.
Ralph, you have been nominated. Is there a second? Seconded by Lori. Does this need to be a roll call? Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
Ralph, you want to vote against yourself? No.
Thank you, Ralph. Congratulations. Ralph is our representative to Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. We'll now move to item 11C, which is the election of our voting representative at the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization. So we.
I'll second Craig's nomination of himself.
Well, I'd like to nominate Craig, and John has seconded Craig. All in favor, say aye. Congratulations, Craig, who's been re-elected to the representative for the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization. That brings us to 11D, the nomination of CSBA Delegate Assembly. Is that just one person to that? Is it?
No, that's a regional.
That's what I thought.
So I ran last year, maybe the year before too.
Yes.
Didn't work so very well, but I'm happy to run again. But you know who really ought to run? Aiken really ought to run.
Oh.
He's not a member of the school.
There is such a thing.
Can a student board member? No?
I think it has to be an elected, yeah.
I'm happy to run again. I would love to serve.
I would. I just want to ask Oscar. I mean, because with the recent position, would this make any sense to have you do it? We could finally get somebody on.
Okay.
I'll nominate Oscar.
Okay, so Oscar has been nominated. Seconded by Craig. All in favor, say aye. Congratulations, Oscar. Oscar is our nominee, is a CSBA delegate to the CSBA Delegate Assembly, and Oscar is the new president of the California Latino School Board Association. Congratulations to you on your election over the course of the CSBA that was just recently in San Francisco. That's great. Great. Thank you, Oscar. We come now to 11G, which is our public hearing, the negotiation proposals for. Oh, did I skip that? Yes, thank you, John. E is the adopt our Board of Education meeting schedule, and that's all before us. Is there a motion to approve that schedule? Moved by Craig, seconded by Lori. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that's approved. Sarah, thank you. And our last major action item for the evening, and just to remind everybody, we are going back to closed session. We have a public hearing on negotiation proposals for SMMUSD and our School Employees International Union Local 99 SEIU. Is there a motion to open the public hearing? It's moved by John, seconded by Craig. All in favor of opening the hearing, say aye.
Aye.
This hearing is now open. Is there anybody who'd like to address the board? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the hearing? Moved by Craig to close the hearing, seconded by John. All in favor of closing the hearing, say aye. Aye. That hearing is now closed. This now brings us to the continuation of public comments. I don't believe there are any. And this brings us to item 4A, which we moved to after the continuation of public comments, but maybe it's appropriate just to move beyond that. Yep. And ask if there are board comments. Craig, sorry. I'm tired.
I can't imagine why. I thought we had a 10:30 cutoff. Listen, I just wanted to say thank you. This is the first board meeting back for me since the fire. And I really, really appreciate the unbelievable consideration that all of you had during this period for what was going on in Malibu, the offers of personal support, community support from this community, from you guys in particular, from staff. You know, nothing in the fire went exactly as we would have wanted it to go. You know, fire department, sheriffs, the whole thing, and there's a whole reckoning to come from that. But this district, I think, has walked back from the fires as well or better as anybody could have hoped. I'm really happy with the deliberation and the consultation and the thoughtful steps to slowly but surely reopen those schools. And man, in that time of such hurt and continuing hurt, that means a lot. Just not having one more trauma and just having a hand reaching out saying, how can I help, means everything. So I just wanted to take the time to thank you guys, thank the district, thank Ben in particular, Steve and Carrie, everybody, the principals, the teachers, everybody who worked so hard to get the schools up and running at the right time. You know, not too early, not too late. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for those of you who've stayed with us this late. We are now returning to closed session.
Let's do it.
Pam Kaziz, welcome to closed session. And thank you, Sarah. Thank you, thank you.